Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
3 Memphis cops who took part in killing Tyre Nichols is devastating. It's devastating. It's a slap in the face. It's disgusting. It's repugnant. It's offensive. It's maddening. It shows a reckless disregard for Black life. It endangers Black life. It shows that Black lives don't matter. I'm sitting here, I'm very emotional right now. My heart goes out to the family of Tyre Nichols. Please join me in taking a moment of silence in memory of his death, his tragic, needless death. Thank you. This is a miscarriage of justice. And this is coming from me, someone who practices both criminal defense and civil rights law. This is a horrendous verdict, a horrific verdict. We saw what happened. We saw this handcuffed man being pummeled with haymakers. We saw what we saw. The video showed it. He was handcuffed. And they took turns hitting him upside his head. We saw the video. And again, I'm a criminal defense attorney. I am often on the side of the criminal defendant. And I do respect the law that they have been found not guilty. But that not guilty verdict is a miscarriage of justice. And I pray the state appeals this. And do keep in mind that they were found guilty in federal court, but not of the more serious charges. So now they await sentencing in federal court. But we know who we have in office. And he just put out an executive order enshrining police officers, promising to give them more indemnification, for example, more militarization. This is horrible. This is sad. You know, my family has dealt with having someone killed under questionable circumstances, and you feel the injustice of that. But then when the so-called justice system doesn't give you justice, you feel like you have just been stomped and kicked in the face all over again, this time by the system. I'm going to read some words here from the Washington Post, who reported on this. This is one of the assistant district attorneys who tried this case. And do keep in mind, the officers were African Americans, I think, with the exception of one. That doesn't make any difference here. In fact, Professor Paul Butler of the Georgetown Law Center wrote a book entitled Chokehold. And he, in his book, reported some information I knew nothing about. He said that black officers are more likely to shoot and kill black people than white officers. Although white officers kill more black people, it is the black officers who tend to kill black people disproportionately. So it does not matter that these officers are black. They receive the same training and have the same advantages and privileges that the white ones do. You would think that they would be more conscientious, but according to Professor Paul Butler, you would be wrong. So this says, a state jury found 3 former Memphis police officers not guilty of second-degree murder in the 2023 beating death of Tyree Nichols that helped galvanize the movement to reform police conduct. The jurors deliberated for a day and a half after 7 days of testimony that delved into the minutes after police pulled over Nichols for a traffic stop and when the 29-year-old FedEx worker was repeatedly hit and kicked by the officers. To me, their analysis should have been centered around when he was getting beat to death. All right, not way back when they stopped him, but what happened to him after he was handcuffed, defenseless, and posing no threat to those officers. That's where this case should have been decided. Because what he did before that was most likely a misdemeanor. Running from the police. That was most likely a misdemeanor, a few days in jail, maybe even probation. What the focus should have been on was what happened to him, especially after he was handcuffed. And we saw what happened to him. And then after he was nearly beaten to death, we saw with our own eyes, they placed him up beside a car, and he did not get any medical care for quite some time. He was handcuffed in and barely hanging on, it seemed. We saw that. Prosecutors had argued the officers had a duty to protect Nichols, but became angry when he fled after being pulled over. I've seen that a lot. Those officers' attitudes are quite often, you make me run. When I catch you, I'm gonna punish you. In other words, I'm gonna brutalize you. I'm gonna use excessive force because you made me run. Prosecutors had argued the officers had a duty to protect Nichols, but became angry when he fled after being pulled over. Now, let me say this is very important. There's a case, it's Tennessee versus Garner, and it prohibits police officers from shooting an unarmed fleeing felon. They can't shoot him if he's running away unless unless he poses a threat of serious bodily injury or death to the officers or to someone else. I wasn't in trial. I don't know if they presented any evidence to support such a claim, but I don't think so. But the problem is there are other cases, and in fact, well, there are other cases here that are involved in this that gives the police a lot of deference. A lot. I'll show you. Defense attorneys for the officers countered that their clients followed police procedure and had tough jobs that require split-second decisions. That phrase, split-second decisions, comes straight out of a Supreme Court case that qualified the Tennessee v. Garner case. In other words, the United States Supreme Court issued a case after the Tennessee versus Garner case that essentially said you shouldn't question police officers. They're making split-second decisions. They deal with very dangerous situations. And that's precisely what they said to this jury. And by the way, it is being reported. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's being reported by other networks that the jury was all white. I don't know if that's true. I do know that they got a change of venue because the jury they use, instead of being from Memphis, that jury came out of the Chattanooga area. And that area is a whole lot more white and conservative than Memphis, which is majority black. So the defense lawyers did exactly what I would have done. We can't get a fair trial in here. Judge, we want to change a venue. So they did that, and they got that. And so if they had an all-white jury, one has to ask, how is it that they ended up with an all-white jury? Now, again, a lot of it is because the Chattanooga area is largely white, predominantly white, so there weren't very many blacks probably in the jury pool. And so if there were any, they were able to get rid of them. I presume they did what we call Batson challenges. And the prosecutors, I'm sure, I hope, if it was appropriate, said to the judge essentially that they're getting rid of these black jurors because they're black. I don't know if that happened or not. But if indeed there was an all-white jury, that explains a lot. On the evening of January 7, 2023, Nichols was driving to his home in a nearly all-black neighborhood in East Memphis when an officer noticed him speeding up to beat a red light. The officer didn't find any warrants after running Nichols' plates, but decided to pull him over. And this was some special unit that Memphis had. Remember that? And when they found out that he had no outstanding warrants, that should have caused them to de-escalate the matter. Because they know now he's not a fugitive, he's not a person on the run from a warrant or something. So let's diffuse this some. Nichols managed to run away after being pulled from his car and forced to the ground. Now, some of you are going to say, well, that's what caused him to get beat to death. You're wrong. You're wrong. It is an offense to run from police officers. Here we call it evade and arrest. And if you're doing it on feet, it is a misdemeanor, which means you probably won't even go to jail. You get arrested, but your lawyer will probably get you probation or may get the case dismissed. If you're in a car, then it is a felony and, things go up at that point. But under either circumstances, the penalty should not be death for an unarmed man. He should not have gotten beat to death. cops are not the prosecutor, judge, jury, and the hangman. They're law enforcement. They have their job to do. And that does not include beating a handcuffed man to death. The confrontation was captured by a police camera at the intersection, lasted a few minutes before officers picked up Nichols and laid him against a car. We saw that. An additional 22 minutes passed before a stretcher was brought out for Nichols and he was taken to a hospital in critical condition. That's what I just told you. We saw every bit of that on videotape. This was a miscarriage of justice. This was a repugnant acquittal. This is offensive. It endangers all of us African Americans. It sends the message that you can beat a black man to death. Cops can beat black men to death on camera merely because they ran away. Merely because the black man ran away. That tells you how much our lives matter. And again, I will not allow you, if you say in the comments that these were black officers, it doesn't matter that they were black. It's not. Policies can be racist. Policies can be detrimental to black people, even if they are practiced by black people. Black people can practice racist policies. So when they said that these cops, when the defense attorneys said that these cops followed procedure, that's not the end of story. Especially if the procedures are racist. That is what we call systemic racism. Racism that is not based on the individual, is based on the system. The patterns and practices and policies and customs of the system. This verdict comes at a pivotal moment for police reform efforts. That's so very true. Just given the fact that Trump is in the White House, given the fact that MAGA is in control of the government. And like I said, he just released this executive order that will militarize and unleash cops into our community. And some of you said, that's okay, we need it. Trust me, you don't want this. You don't want that in your community. You don't want that. There are other ways that we can get control of the crime that you see in your neighborhood. Although I told you, the facts show, as of 2023, violent crime has dropped significantly. And some of you said, no, it hasn't. You're talking about anecdotes, and you're talking about specific cities, Memphis being one of them. And I never said there's no crime in these cities, Memphis and Chicago and so on, and others. I'm saying across the country, violent crime has sharply decreased, which negates the need for militarized police officers in black neighborhoods doing what these cops did. The verdicts come at a pivotal moment for police reform efforts. Advocates hope the case would show that rogue officers could be held accountable, and worried that an acquittal could stall their movement or momentum, I would say. And that's where we are. That's where we are. Those of us in this space who wanted to see more police reform are now facing this verdict, this acquittal, in one of the clearest cases of excessive force that we've ever seen. Public support for reform sparked by the death of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police has waned significantly since 2020. According to the Pew Research Center, President Donald Trump campaigned on a platform of empowering officers to aggressively clean up American cities, and his Justice Department has essentially halted federal efforts to hold local police departments accountable. That is a double whammy. We get this not guilty verdict, which is a slap in the face. And we got a person in office who just released an executive order who's doing exactly what he said he would do. And many of you still voted for him. In addition to the slap in the face, now we're getting kicked in the butt. And God knows what else these officers are going to do now that they have a president who's wanting to give them even more power and hold them less accountable. And some of you said you're all for it. You're not. Trust me, you're not. The 3 officers were already found guilty of several federal charges, including excessive force resulting in injury, but were acquitted last year of the most serious ones, including civil rights violations resulting in death. They have not been sentenced on those charges yet. Well, I'm not going to read any more of this. This is just horrible. It's horrific. Like I said, it endangers all Black lives. This sends a message. Trump already sent one with his executive order. This sends an additional message that you can do what we saw. Beat a handcuffed man to death. Get the right jury, and you'll be found not guilty. Another thing that a lot of you said in that video was, well, if you obey the law, you don't have anything to worry about. You do not know American history. Because American history is filled with cases of police officers who started out as slave patrols, killing innocent, unarmed Black people. That is as American as apple pie in baseball. And in recent history, we've seen it again and again and again and again. Breonna Taylor, Tatiana Jefferson, Philando Castile, and many, many more in recent history. This is horrific, you all. This is what I was trying to warn you about in my last video. So my prayers truly go out to the Nichols family. I know that they're devastated right now. I can imagine. I see his mother's face. I see her face right now. But this has larger ramifications, not just for her and her family, but for all African Americans. This is what the U.S. Supreme Court called the badges and incidents of slavery. Our lives were never valued during slavery, and we're still dealing with that to this day. To this day. Anyway, thank you for watching this video. I'm Reverend.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the world. And it looks like I'm going to be, the world is in the chat right now. I will deal with you presently. Make sure everyone who's here now, please hit the like button. Make sure if you're new to the chat, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. That's my personal channel where I do the occasional video essay. As a matter of fact, I dropped one yesterday on whataboutism. Make sure you support your host, me. It is getting towards the weekend, so I will be needing some Bud Light money. Make sure you definitely support our executive producer, the lady who inflicted me upon the world, Portia J. And all the Cash App information is scrolling towards the on the bottom. Also, make sure you support your favorite host. If I'm not your favorite host, then support whoever is. Now, let's get down to business. There's several things I don't necessarily agree. The guy's name is Reverend Augustus Corbett. He's in Texas. He's also a lawyer. He's a JD. So my first thing is DJ MFB, no idea why this guy doesn't have has zero credibility. My response is he has more credibility than you. He has a law degree, and his profession, besides being a reverend, is a criminal defense attorney. So I suspect he has some experience in this in matters similar to this. So there goes that comment. The things I don't necessarily agree with, somebody made a comment. Well, actually, he made a comment about it doesn't matter whether the cops are black or not. Well, I agree with that. We have plenty of black cops or just black people who are anti-black. This is the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. And then if you've ever been in B Brave's audience, there are plenty of blacks who hate blacks or racist towards blacks. So, a black cop doesn't necessarily mean, he's pro-black. Probably means he's not. The reduction in crime basically being a reason not to have police militarized. Well, I don't agree. If crime is down, it's gone from real bad to bad. So if it goes from real bad to bad, it's still bad. So that doesn't necessarily justify, reducing police presence or anything like that. I do want to say one thing, though. I'm not that into a militarized police. The military training is different from police training, and I'm not 100% sure that military people make good policemen. Two different missions. But I'm not a criminologist, so that's just my opinion. I do want to point out that the original, like the first time I became aware of special weapons and tactical teams in the United States or as a trend in policing, the original SWAT came out in 1975. And I happened to have grown up in the 70s and the 80s. And I remember SWAT, and I remember as a kid loving it. Back then you could actually have like toy M16s. And we used to go out and play, when we played cops and robbers, we were going to be SWAT. We were going to be SWAT officers. So I still doubt that, to the extent that we want to militarize police, we should probably not, give them M1 Abrams tanks. However, I think, especially with these sorts of terrorist threats that happen every now and again, you do want a tactical team. So those are pretty much my thoughts. So I see roller skater Texas girl has joined us. Good morning. Capriono, good morning. Simon, good morning. Beef and Brock, good morning. And definitely Mike from Boston, good morning. Welcome aboard. So what we're looking at here, this is just some remote camera shots of the place. I guess it's St. Peter's, where they're doing the papal conclave. They're on their second vote, trying to figure out who's going to be the next pope. And I'm, I'm kind of interested in who the next pope will be, but not that interested, but interested enough since I'm Catholic, grew up Catholic. So I do have an interest, though not a deep interest. So what we've got this morning is a bunch of news articles. And the first story I have actually is about Tyree Nichols, and the story about the cops being acquitted of second-degree murder at the state level. Now, I don't know exactly what the federal charges they were convicted of, but they are not going to go scot-free. There are federal charges that they've been convicted of, and they're awaiting sentencing. If you missed that part where Reverend Corbett talked about it. So these guys, their careers are ended, and then there's always civil suits. And I'm guessing if there is a civil suit, that's where they're going to wind up being liable for their actions. So there we go. So we'll listen to this story right quick. And I know John Galt was going to do.
A state jury found three former.
No, John Galt was going to do a show. I don't know if he ever did. Yeah, waiting on smoke. Well, the black smoke means they haven't elected a pope. The white smoke means they did. Hey, now you got to understand, this is like ancient stuff. They've been doing it this way for centuries, I guess. So, it's not a newfangled thing. So anyway, we'll listen to this story right quick and go from there.
Memphis police officers not guilty of second-degree murder in the 2023 beating death of Tyre Nichols that helped galvanize a movement to reform police conduct. The jurors deliberated for more than 8 hours after listening to days of testimony that delved into the minutes after police pulled over Nichols for a traffic stop and when the 29-year-old FedEx worker was repeatedly hit and kicked by the officers. The verdict is a blow for police reform advocates who hoped a guilty verdict would motivate support for their efforts. But supporters of the officers say that they were following police procedure and that the prosecution was driven by public outcry. Prosecutors argued that the former officers had a duty to protect Nichols, but became angry when he fled after being pulled over. Attorneys for the men warned jurors that a conviction would hurt law enforcement's ability to aggressively pursue suspects in a violent city. The officers hugged their attorneys and each other after the verdict was read. Hallelujah, thank you, Jesus, a family member of one of the former officers repeatedly shouted after leaving the courtroom. It is hard to represent a person when the media and the activists have spent so much time prejudging a man, said Martin Zumick, who represented one of the officers. Justin Smith Jr. Smith is a good Christian, he said. He is my friend and only just happens to be African American. It's too bad that everything in Memphis is about race. All of the former officers involved in the beating are black, as was Nichols. On the evening of January 7th, 2023, Nichols was driving to his home in a nearly all-black neighborhood in East Memphis when an officer noticed him speeding up to beat a red light. The officer didn't find any warrant.
I want to make a point about this. Remember, it is the state that, or the county, I can't remember which, it's probably the state. It is Tennessee bringing the suit against these officers. Okay, it's not the reverse. So, when your own government, your own state government or municipal government thinks that you went too far, that's saying something. So, if Tennessee, of all places, thinks that, this went too far, and there's a possibility that they will appeal the verdict. So, like I said, if Tennessee thinks you went too far, then you gotta think they might have.
After running Nichols's plates, but decided to pull him over. Nichols managed to run away after being pulled from his car and forced to the ground. Officers caught up to Nichols again less than 100 yards from his mother's house. One pepper sprayed Nichols and then beat him with his baton. Another kicked and punched him. This confrontation, which was captured by a police camera at the intersection, lasted a few minutes before officers picked up Nichols and laid him against a car. An additional 22 minutes passed before a stretcher was brought out for Nichols, and he was taken to a hospital in critical condition. He died in the hospital 3 days later. Today's verdicts are a devastating miscarriage of justice. Ben Crump and Antonio Romanucci, who have represented Nichols's family, said in a statement, "Let this be a rally cry. We must confront the broken systems that empowered this injustice." The verdicts come at a pivotal moment for police reform efforts. Advocates hoped the case would show that rogue officers could be held accountable, and they worried that an acquittal could stall their movement. Public support for overhauls sparked by the death of George Floyd at the hands of Minneapolis police has waned significantly since 2020, according to the Pew Research Center. President Donald Trump campaigned on a platform of empowering officers to aggressively clean up American cities, and his Justice Department has essentially halted federal efforts to hold local police departments accountable. The verdict is not surprising to me in the sense that it's extremely rare for officers to be charged with a crime, let alone to be convicted for killing anybody in the United States, said Samuel Sinyang, executive director of Mapping Police Violence, which tracks cases of police use of force. There's almost no accountability from the criminal legal system when it comes to officers shooting and killing people. The 3 former officers were already found guilty of several federal charges, including excessive force resulting in injury, but they were acquitted last year of the most serious ones, including civil rights violations resulting in death. They have not been sentenced on those charges yet, but are likely to face prison time. In the federal trial, Demetrius Haley was convicted of excessive force resulting in injury, deliberate indifference resulting in injury, conspiracy to witness tamper, and witness tampering. Smith and Tadarius Bean were found guilty of witness tampering. 2 other officers involved in the killing, Emmett Martin III and Desmond Mills Jr., pleaded guilty to state and federal charges. During the week-long state trial, prosecutors and defense attorneys dissected videos of the beating gathered from a surveillance camera and the officers' body cameras. The officers' attorneys argued that the videos didn't reflect the reality of what happened and the intense pressure the officers faced. If Nichols had cooperated when police attempted to handcuff him, the encounter would have ended differently, they told jurors. The officers were following police policy, and convicting them would handcuff the city, defense attorneys warned. But Mills, one of the officers who already pleaded guilty, painted a different picture, telling the state jury that as he beat Nichols with a baton that night, Martin and Smith were yelling, "Hit him." Prosecutors said the trial wasn't an indictment against all law enforcement, but about the actions of the 3 men on trial. The jury found the former officers not guilty of second-degree murder, aggravated assault, and kidnapping. Policing is a demanding and challenging profession, said John Keith Perry, Bean's lawyer. Bean built a reputation for professionalism and integrity, and reducing his career to a single moment does a disservice to the facts and to his record, he said. The path forward must include accountability, but it must also include fairness, Perry said. That includes ensuring that Black officers are not disproportionately vilified or discarded when complex situations arise. Steve Mulroy, Shelby County's district attorney, said he didn't understand the jury's verdict.
All right. couple things that I probably should have written down. Oh, I didn't mean to hold on. I clicked this story by mistake. I guess it is what it is. Ben Crump's the family is representing the family, so I can almost guarantee there's going to be a civil suit brought against probably the city and the officers. Now, the other thing is on the federal charges, it would not shock me if Donald Trump got involved in pardon these guys or commuted sentences or something like that. So Donald Trump has been very interesting in how he uses his pardon powers. Traditionally it's been at the end of a presidential term. But I think he will go in and use the pardon power whenever he feels it's necessary, I guess. So these guys, I can guarantee you their defense team is already, contacted or attempted to contact the Trump administration. So I'm kind of neutral on that. I think these guys basically chasing him down and beating him, that was a bit much. They were probably pissed off, but oh well. So at a minimum, what they did was unprofessional. I just cannot imagine that beating a guy after you handcuff him is police procedure. However, as the Reverend Corbett said, the jury has spoken. So who knows? They're probably trying to get back at the OJ trial or something decades later. So let us move on. Let's see, J Dub, what's up? What have you got to say? Where are the riots? Never mind, the cops are not white. I guess. Well, wait, hold it. Why would they riot for cops being found innocent? J Dub, why were you expecting riots? I'm sure there'll be a protest or two, but these guys got convicted federally. So, I mean, they're not walking away scot-free. So, I mean, I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why you would riot. And the state can, I'm sorry, well, the state or the district attorneys, they can appeal. Now, it's going to be interesting whether they do appeal. I would not be surprised if they don't appeal. But again, state brought the charges, so and to be honest, the jury has spoken. Whether you agree with them or not, they have spoken. So the other thing I meant to mention is I've been to Chattanooga now, albeit like I think maybe I was a teenager the last time. So when I go up to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, I'm actually in not quite the city limits of Chattanooga, but in the county, definitely. I didn't realize it was roughly 60% white and about 28% or so black. I didn't realize it was that tilted, but it's a nice city. And Lookout Mountain is awesome. If I had to live in Chattanooga, I'd definitely want to live up on Lookout Mountain. So anyway, let's move on. Judge blocks deportation flight of Asian migrants to Libya. On May 7, 2025, a U.S. federal judge determined that deporting migrants to Libya would contravene an existing court injunction that prohibits removals without providing migrants the opportunity for due process. The ruling followed reports that the Trump administration planned to deport undocumented migrants to Libya using U.S. military flights, raising legal and humanitarian concerns. Really have a problem with him using the military for this. Libya remains divided between rival factions and has a history of human rights abuses, with U.S. officials and immigrant advocates warning the deportations would expose migrants to severe risks. Judge Brian Murphy stated such deportations would clearly violate this court's order, which requires migrants to have notice and a chance to contest removal to countries other than their own. Court's decision blocks the administration's immediate plans and signals ongoing legal challenges to the expansion of deportation policies amid concerns over migrant rights and safety. A reminder, even illegal immigrants have constitutional rights. You may agree with it, you may not, but the Constitution is so vague that it says persons rather than citizens. So it is what it is. And there's a story, let's see, that's related to this. And I don't know, and I don't really care to get deeper to find out what type of Asians they were. I know there was a load of South Asians, Indians, that got sent back to India. These may be Chinese immigrants, and maybe China doesn't want them back. Somebody tell me, because I'm not going to do the research. I'm not that interested. But a related story, there was a push a few weeks ago. Speaker Johnson talked about, impeaching judges who would not support Trump's agenda, or his deportation agenda. So this story is basically saying that, let's see. Is that
the kinks in his big, beautiful reconciliation?
Okay, no, that's not. I'll just have to read it. Basically, House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, signaled there is little appetite for judicial impeachments among House Republican leaders. He said a bill passed by the House earlier this year aimed at limiting federal district judges from issuing nationwide injunctions in most cases was a silver bullet against activist judges. Johnson refused to pull impeachment off the table indefinitely when pressed by Fox News Digital, but he cautioned that there was a high bar for such maneuvers while noting that getting enough votes to impeach in the House and remove in the Senate is an uphill battle in and of itself. But let me also add to that, there are Trump appointed judges that have, basically ruled against the Trump administration. It would be an embarrassment to impeach a Trump appointed judge. So there's really that's one of the reasons I'm sure there's no appetite. You'll wind up impeaching your own. So blowing smoke is what Mike Johnson was doing. So moving on, multiple people in custody after pro-Palestinian demonstration at Columbia University Library. Apparently, the students didn't get the message that Trump is going to deport you if you, because being pro-Palestinian is automatically anti-Semitic. Now, I'm going to guess that these students were probably all white or Jewish white. Videos showed pro-Palestinian protesters occupying Columbia University's Butler Library by pushing past security, hanging flags, and writing graffiti. Oh, almost sounds like a mini January 6th. Columbia University's president said protesters refused to leave when asked and identify themselves, so police were called in to remove them. Over 30 protesters were detained with hands tied behind their backs, while supporters outside chanted "Free Palestine." It'd be nice if, let's see, This is, I don't know that newspaper. Oh, look at this. So a follow on to this, and I've never heard of this publication, Tip Insights. But it says Rubio warns Colombia protesters' visas are under review. So as soon as you protest, they're going to go and look at your citizenship status. Excuse me. Now, why they're calling him Senator Marco Rubio? Why are they calling him senator? Are these people, is this an American publication? Wow. Okay. Well, it says Senator Marco Rubio, which he's Secretary of State Marco Rubio, said Wednesday that his office is reviewing the visa status of foreign students involved in the Gaza Solidarity sit-in at Columbia University following the NYPD's arrest of around 75 protesters. So the protest organized by Columbia University Apartheid Divest saw about 100 demonstrators occupy the university's Butler Library, demanding divestment from what they called Zionist occupation, apartheid, and genocide. Protesters forced their way past security and into the main reading room, prompting the university to call the police. Columbia administrators condemned the disruption as completely unacceptable, especially during final exams, in a statement. The protest adds to the growing national debate over pro-Palestinian activism, campus free speech, and foreign student involvement in political demonstrations. Well, now, let's see. What do we have in the chat here? Does the other way around mean white on white? DiCapriona says no, Stanley. Said it was 60% white and 20 something black, 28% black. I assume you're talking about Chattanooga. If it was the other way around, it wouldn't be such a nice city. Ha ha. No, I don't know about that. That's a mighty John Galtish statement. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Dan who said that. Well, I expect that from Dan. Hey, Dan. All right. Well, let's move on here. And this is kind of the last immigrationist story, at least for now. Some giant law firms shy away from pro bono immigration cases. And, this is part of the mission, fear, shock and awe, that sort of thing is exactly what the Trump administration wants to do. So mission accomplished on this particular issue. So let's hear this. This is a little longish. So, if it starts repeating itself, I'll stop.
Some giant law firms shy away from pro bono immigration cases. This article is by Matthew Goldstein and Jessica Silver Greenberg, and read by an automated voice. Hours after Donald J. Trump was sworn in for a second term, he issued an executive order laying the groundwork for mass deportations of immigrants and denying them legal assistance. Public interest groups focused on immigrant rights teamed up to fight the order and called in Gibson Dunn, a major law firm with the resources to help take on the White House. In January, Gibson Dunn, working with the groups, sued the Trump administration seeking to restore legal help for immigrants facing deportation. 2 months later, Gibson Dunn changed its tune. Even though lawyers from the elite law firm had already been working with the public interest groups on drafting another lawsuit, Gibson Dunn said it could not put its name on this latest case. According to 5 people with direct knowledge of the matter, who would speak only on the condition of anonymity because they feared alienating Gibson Dunn. Lawyers from Gibson Dunn explained that it was afraid of incurring Mr. Trump's wrath if the firm was associated publicly with a lawsuit that sought to restore legal representation for unaccompanied immigrant children, the 5 people said. Gibson Dunn is not the only large law firm shying away from immigration litigation. Since March, Mr. Trump has targeted numerous large law firms with executive orders that would cripple their businesses by barring them from representing clients before the federal government. Many of the big firms have opted to reach deals with the White House to avoid Mr. Trump's issuing an executive order against them. Other firms have challenged the orders in court. Gibson Dunn has not received such an executive order or reached a deal with Mr. Trump. But Gibson Dunn's wariness about the recent immigration lawsuit shows that even firms that have not been targeted directly by Mr. Trump are declining to participate in legal work that challenges his agenda. Michael Lukens, the executive director for the Amica Center for Immigrant Rights, one of the public interest groups that worked with Gibson Dunn on the immigration cases, acknowledged that he was seeing the industry shy away from engaging in immigration pro bono. But, he said, Gibson Dunn had stepped up by representing public interest groups, providing technical support, and continuing to defend individual clients. He credited the firm, which the Amica Center has worked with for 2 decades, for its pro bono support through the years. Groups like the Amica Center have long relied on big law firms to provide legions of young lawyers and paralegals who can help prepare cases free of charge. Traditionally, pro bono work has been intended to help the poor and defenseless. It is a drastic change from Mr. Trump's first term, when many big law firms frequently challenged the administration. Skadden Arps has a foundation that funds a fellowship program that enables young lawyers to work for public interest groups. In June 2017, a posting on the Skadden Foundation's website celebrated the work of a fellow who had helped challenge Mr. Trump's order barring people from several predominantly Muslim countries from entering the United States. That same year, Skadden rolled out an online platform to quickly pair low-income immigrants with legal services. Some public interest groups expected that Skadden would be a reliable partner on immigration cases during the second administration. But since Skadden reached a deal with the White House in March to avert an executive order, the law firm has declined to join a public interest group on a lawsuit challenging one of Mr. Trump's immigration policies, according to 2 people with direct knowledge of the matter. Davis Polk was another big law firm that helped people ensnared in Mr. Trump's immigration policies during his first term. In January 2017, the firm deployed some of its lawyers to Kennedy International Airport with people who were searching for family members had been detained as part of the Muslim ban. But shortly after Mr. Trump won re-election, a prominent nonprofit reached out to Davis Polk to ask if the law firm would do research about the legality of one of Mr. Trump's immigration proposals. The firm simply said no, according to a lawyer with the organization, who asked to speak without identifying her group. The lawyer interpreted Davis Polk's response as anticipatory obedience, in part because the law firm had done similar work in the past. The firm has not been targeted with an executive order or settled with the White House. Serene Shabaya, executive director of the National Immigration Project, a nonprofit that litigates cases for immigrants and pushes for their rights, called the large firm's recent pivots part of the chilling effect of Mr. Trump's executive orders. It has gotten much harder to get law firms to take a case on pro bono, Ms. Shabaya said. The White House did not respond to a request for comment. Mr. Trump has made it clear he does not want elite law firms doing work that undermines his agenda. In his executive orders, he has criticized firms for representing clients he doesn't like and conducting, quote, harmful activity through their powerful pro bono practices. Instead, he has been requiring firms that settled with him to work pro bono on causes favorable to his administration, such as Veterans Affairs and fighting anti-Semitism. Last week, Mr. Trump signed an executive order that said law firms could be enlisted to defend police officers accused of brutality. Public interest groups, aware of the pressure facing major law firms, are wary about criticizing the firms that are turning down immigration cases. Officials with some of these groups said they hoped that law firms would become partners with them again when Mr. Trump's pressure started to wane. The fact that we're just 100 days in and the Trump administration has already been incredibly successful at taking some of its legal opposition off the playing field is truly terrifying, said Deepak Gupta, a lawyer whose firm has sued the Trump administration on behalf of a fired member of the National Labor Relations Board and a union representing employees of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. For now, public interest groups are seeking new partners. One of those is David Zimmer, a lawyer in Boston, who recently started his own firm with two other longtime lawyers. Mr. Zimmer, who left the large law firm Goodwin Procter, where he was a partner focused on appeals, said he had already been approached by public interest organizations looking for pro bono help on immigration cases. We opened our doors in March and have been approached to handle cases that big firms no longer wanted to be associated with, Mr. Zimmer said. Democracy Forward and Public Citizen, two large public interest legal groups, also said they were trying to add staff to the fill-in-the-gaps left by large law firms declining to work on cases. Democracy Forward recently hired a number of lawyers who previously worked for the Justice Department and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Democracy Forward is one of the lead attorneys on 59 cases against the administration. Those cases are among the roughly 350 lawsuits that have been filed challenging Trump administration policies, according to a New York Times tally. Large law firms that were frequent defenders of the rule of law have been unwilling and unable to take up that mantle, said Skye Perryman, the chief executive of Democracy Forward. We are seeing exponential increases in demand for our work, and we are going to continue to encourage the private bar. Seamus Hughes contributed reporting.
Interesting. Things like this come back to backfire against you. You know, these law firms also contribute money to candidates. And I think the person who's going to wind up suffering for all this is going to be either Vance, Vice President Vance, or whoever the successor to Trump is. These people are not, these people have memories. And Donald Trump is very selfish in this. He's not really thinking about the future, but that's his problem. Let's see. Pam Bondi announces the largest fentanyl seizure in history. Yeah, she has actually probably had more impact on a Trump agenda item than she and what's his name, Tom Homan, have been really the only two that have actually, scored, put points up on the board. Elon Musk is unimpressive so far. So on Tuesday, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi and DEA Acting Administrator Robert Murphy announced a historic multi-state fentanyl seizure and arrests in Washington, D.C. Last month, law enforcement dismantled a major fentanyl distribution network allegedly headed by Heriberto Salazar Amaya that operated across 6 western states. Authorities arrested 16 individuals, seized more than 3 million fentanyl pills, 11.5 kilograms of powder, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, cash, weapons, and vehicles during a coordinated week-long operation. Bondi described fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction and emphasized that this historic drug bust, led by the DEA, delivers a major blow to the Sinaloa cartel by eliminating dangerous substances from the communities and safeguarding the American public. The bust delivers a major blow to a dangerous cartel, removes lethal doses from U.S. communities, and is part of ongoing efforts to dismantle illegal drug networks and protect public safety. Well, good for her. Let's see what's next. Fed holds rates steady as it notes rising uncertainty and stagflation risk. I wish Ryan were here because I can't remember how stagflation works. I know we had it back in the 70s. Basically, a stagnant economy. Well, if Ryan, if you're in the audience, hit the link. Yeah, that's big, but you know what? I guarantee you, this was work that was being done before the 100 days. So, like I said, she's the only one who seems to actually be doing something. Tom Homan um, is doing something too. He's putting points up on the board, but his game is being hampered by the courts, whereas Pam Bondi's actually doing stuff. And yeah, so she got a drug bust. I have problems with blaming Mexico and China for a U.S. problem. This drug addiction thing. If people weren't, buying this stuff, there would be no profit in it. So it's an American problem, and I don't feel it's being addressed or even talked about much. Let's see. What do you have to say? Rudyard Kipling, nor Atlas could have foreseen the Trojan horse trotting upon them hubris. Rudyard Kipling? I don't get the Atlas. What is okay? Rudyard Kipling and Trojan horses. You have to connect those dots. I'm not, other than the white man's burden. I don't know Rudyard Kipling that well, other than the Jungle Book. Didn't but I saw that in cartoon form. So, Fed holds rate steady as it notes rising uncertainty and stagflation risk. The Federal Reserve held interest rates steady at 4.25 to 4.5% during its policy meeting on Wednesday amid rising economic uncertainty. This decision followed mounting concerns about inflation and growth risks linked to President Trump's tariffs, which have imposed taxes up to 145% on Chinese imports. Oh, they're calling them taxes. Interesting. Sounds like Ryan wrote this story. Fed Chair Jerome Powell explained that the current monetary policy stance balances risks of higher unemployment and inflation, emphasizing the Fed's cautious approach. In March, inflation rose 2.3% year over year, per the Personal Consumption Expenditure Index, surpassing the Fed's 2% target despite recent tariff-related price measures. The Fed's rate hold reflects its effort to navigate between slowing growth and tariff-fueled inflation, suggests it will monitor evolving economic impacts before adjusting policy. I may just hold this story in case Ryan shows up. We might talk about it later. Next story, Toyota, talking about tariffs, says tariffs will erase $1.3 billion in profits in just 2 months. Ooh, that doesn't sound good. And they do manufacture. They have at least one manufacturing up in Springfield, Ohio, where the Haitians were were working in that manufacturing facility. So let's check this out.
Toyota says tariffs will erase $1.3 billion in profits in just 2 months. This article is by River Akira Davis and read by an automated voice. A year ago, the world's biggest automaker was on a tear. American consumers were snapping up Toyota Motors hybrids, and a weak yen inflated the value of the company's earnings. That May, Toyota reported the highest annual profit ever recorded by a Japanese firm. On Thursday, Toyota presented a significantly more somber outlook, projecting that its operating profit would decline by about 1/5 for the fiscal year ending in March. It cited headwinds from a stronger yen and predicted a $1.3 billion hit from President Trump's tariffs in April and May alone. The company estimated the effect of the auto tariffs, which started in April, only for those 2 months. Beyond that, their impact is, quote, very difficult to forecast, Toyota's chief executive Koji Sato said in a briefing on Thursday. The current environment surrounding the auto industry, including trade relations, is in extreme flux, he said. The murkiness of Toyota's forecast underscores how the whiplash of Mr. Trump's tariff agenda is upheaving the auto industry and leaving many global companies unable to estimate future prospects. A 25% tariff on vehicle imports into the United States, implemented early last month, was extended to auto parts last week. The pain that Toyota is already experiencing from tariffs also highlights the difficult bind that Japan faces in its ongoing negotiations with the Trump administration. While Mr. Trump has paused an across-the-board 24% tax on imports from Japan until early July, higher auto tariffs are already in place and hurting the country's mainstay industry. Automobiles and auto parts are by far Japan's top export to the United States. Ryosei Akazawa, Tokyo's top envoy for the tariff talks, said recently that the new U.S. tariffs were costing one Japanese automaker $1 million per hour. Yet negotiations have moved slowly, bogging down at least in part because Washington has signaled that Japan's primary demand, an exemption from auto tariffs, is not up for negotiation. In remarks made over the weekend after returning from the latest round of talks in Washington, Mr. Akazawa said the two sides were unable to find common ground. Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba urged patience, saying that Japan should not rush to reach an agreement that would sacrifice the country's longer-term interests. Economists and officials are concerned about the tariff's broader potential impact on the Japanese economy, as automakers and their extensive network of parts suppliers form the backbone of industrial production in Japan. Last week, Japan's central bank more than halved its economic growth forecast, citing the imposition of an unprecedented level of tariffs by the United States. Toyota's remarks on Thursday suggested a challenging period ahead for the Japanese auto industry as a whole, particularly because most analysts consider Toyota to be among the Japanese carmakers least vulnerable to Mr. Trump's tariffs. Smaller Japanese automakers such as Mazda and Subaru sell a significantly higher proportion of imported vehicles in the United States, while Mitsubishi Motors does not have any factories in the country. Japan's second and third largest automakers, Honda and Nissan, are set to announce fiscal year earnings next week. Automakers outside Japan are also anticipating difficulties. Last week, General Motors lowered its 2025 profit forecast by over 20%, citing projected cost increases of $4 billion or more this year because of the Trump tariffs. Many European automakers moved to suspend their financial forecasts for 2025 because of tariff uncertainties.
All right. Well, sticking with Trump tariffs, Britain, and in my opinion, unsurprisingly, Trump expected to announce trade agreement with the United Kingdom. That is unsurprising. Namely because they're not a part of the EU anymore. But let's hear this very brief story.
This news story was written by Natalie Allison, Michael Birnbaum, and Jeff Stein. Trump expected to announce trade agreement with United Kingdom. It is the first of dozens of deals the administration wants to make with trade partners around the world. President Donald Trump will announce a trade agreement with the United Kingdom on Thursday morning, according to a person familiar with the matter. The deal is the first the administration hopes to sign with dozens of trading partners across the world. Trump in early April announced tariffs on more than 70 countries worldwide, but then implemented a 90-day pause to allow for negotiations before they went into effect. Details of the expected agreement with Britain were not immediately available, but were confirmed by a person with knowledge of the agreement, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. Trump teased the announcement in a Truth Social post Wednesday night. Big news conference tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., the Oval Office, concerning a major trade deal with representatives of a big and highly respected country, the first of many, Trump wrote. The White House and British officials declined to comment. Experts have been skeptical that any agreements reached in such a short amount of time will significantly alter trading barriers between the United States and other countries. Administration officials have suggested Trump might first reach agreements that would serve as frameworks for future negotiations. The agreement, first reported by the New York Times, was a victory for British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who visited the White House in February armed with charm and a signed invitation to a royal audience with King Charles III. British leaders have long sought to bolster economic ties to the U.S. to make up for the trade losses of their 2020 departure from the European Union. Starmer, the leader of the Labour Party, made the bet he could cross political lines to build a partnership with Trump. Free trade agreements can run into the thousands of pages and are usually the product of months or even years of painstaking negotiations among technical experts who fight over regulations around issues such as the precise placement of the brake lights on cars. It was not immediately clear how detailed the agreement with the UK would be, or how much more negotiation would be needed to secure a lasting and detailed deal. Some U.S. trade partners have struggled to gain traction with Trump's team in recent weeks, noting the disparate views about the purpose of the tariffs among different officials. Come up with an offer that would satisfy Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, one senior diplomat noted, and it was likely to be a non-starter for trade advisor Peter Navarro, for instance. A different diplomat said the tone changed about 2 weeks ago, with the U.S. Trade Representatives team taking a clearer lead in the talks and the administration seeming to become more serious about hammering out agreements. Tim Brightbill, an international trade lawyer at Wiley Rain, said the announcement is likely just an agreement to start the negotiations, identifying a framework of issues to be discussed in the coming months. Brightbill said he suspects tariff rates, non-tariff barriers, and digital trade are all on the list, and that there are difficult issues to address on all of these.
What's up, tough guy? Hello? Would you fall asleep already? Because I can't hear you. DiCapriono, this next story here is about Starlink, and I think Space Force comes up in this, which is why I said hold that thought. Let's see here. And this story is probably too long, but basically, the U.S. pushes nations facing tariffs to approve Musk's Starlink, approving Starlink as a good faith gesture. Elon Musk is raking in. If Trump is profiting by being president, Elon Musk is just raking it in. So I'm just somebody somewhere in here. Somewhere in here. Let me see, can I find it? Because I was watching something today talking about the level of corruption that appears to be brewing in the Trump administration. It's like when I say the billionaires rode the backs of the people, MAGA voters, into office. I've also said that, MAGA is oligarchs dressed in populist clothing. These guys, it's phenomenal. And I hope the next Democratic president does the same thing. I actually don't, but if they did, Trump's setting a real good precedent. This is amazing. So, tough guy, are you there? Still can't hear you. Hello? Can oop, well, there he goes again. Could anyone in the audience hear Tough Guy? Well, anyway, he'll be back. Let's go ahead and listen to a part of this story. Don't know if we're going to. Oh, by the way, Jeff Bezos is going to be a rival. He's just launched something last week. Satellites, I guess. He's going to try and be a rival to Elon Musk. Now, if Amazon offers internet, I'm definitely going to take it. Because I hate right now. I have AT&T's FiOS, and it is almost doubled in price from when I got it. It was originally like, I think the introductory offer was 40, and it's already up to like 89 or 80 or something like that. It's really unhappy with it. And I do have a much cheaper T-Mobile in their 5G internet is much cheaper. It's like $35 a month. However, I'm still not sold that it's stable. I've used it over the past few days, but sometimes it's not quite as fast as FiOS. So, and I don't think satellite would be as fast as FiOS. You know, that direct connection is always going to be at least more stable than wireless. So, anyway, let us hear this story.
This news story was written by Jeff Stein and Hannah Nathanson. U.S. pushes nations facing tariffs to approve Musk's Starlink cables show. Some countries have turned to the satellite internet firm in conjunction with trade talks, State Department staffers wrote. The U.S. has a strategic interest in countering Chinese internet providers, but Musk's role complicates the picture. Less than 2 weeks after President Donald Trump announced 50% tariffs on goods from the tiny African nation of Lesotho, the country's communications regulator held a meeting with representatives of Starlink. The satellite business, owned by billionaire and Trump advisor Elon Musk's SpaceX company, had been seeking access to customers in Lesotho. But it was not until Trump unveiled the tariffs and called for negotiations over trade deals that leaders of the country of roughly 2 million people awarded Musk's firm the nation's first ever satellite internet service license, slated to last for 10 years. The decision drew a mention in an internal State Department memo obtained by the Washington Post, which states, as the government of Lesotho negotiates a trade deal with the United States, it hopes that licensing Starlink demonstrates goodwill and intent to welcome U.S. businesses. Lesotho is far from the only country that has decided to assist Musk's firm while trying to fend off U.S. tariffs. The company reached distribution deals with 2 providers in India in March and has won at least partial accommodations with Somalia, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Vietnam, although this is probably not a comprehensive count. A series of internal government messages obtained by the Post reveal how U.S. embassies and the State Department have pushed nations to clear hurdles for U.S. satellite companies, often mentioning Starlink by name. The documents do not show that the Trump team has explicitly demanded favors for Starlink in exchange for lower tariffs. But they do indicate that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has increasingly instructed officials to push for regulatory approvals for Musk's satellite firm at a moment when the White House is calling for wide-ranging talks on trade. In India, government officials have sped through approvals of Starlink with the understanding that doing so could help them cement trade deals with the administration, according to 2 people familiar with the matter, speaking on the condition of anonymity to reflect private deliberations. It's not likely to be an explicit element of the trade negotiations with the U.S., but the Indian side sees this as an important lubricant that facilitates a deal, said one of the people briefed on the matter by Indian leadership. Asked for comment on the satellite firm, the State Department said in a statement, Starlink is an American-made product that has been game-changing in helping remote areas around the world gain internet connectivity. Any patriotic American should want to see an American company's success on the global stage, especially over compromised Chinese competitors. Musk is a key political ally of Trump's who spent $277 million backing the president and other Republicans in last year's elections, and he's been working in the administration overseeing the U.S. Doge service, though he has said he'll soon step down. A White House spokesman said the administration would not abide conflicts of interest. The only consideration in the Trump administration's trade negotiations with other countries is what's best for the American people, which includes American companies succeeding at home and abroad, spokesman Kush Desai said in a statement. President Trump will not tolerate any conflicts of interest, and every administration official is following ethical guidelines set by their respective agencies. Spokespeople for India, Lesotho, and several other countries did not respond to requests for comment, nor did SpaceX. A post-opinion column last week also reported on Starlink's expansion in Lesotho, Bangladesh, and other countries. Some experts say the move makes strategic sense for the Trump administration. The United States is engaged in a competition with China over telecommunications around the world, and Starlink is the biggest domestic and international player in satellite internet connectivity. When Elon's name is attached to anything, there's all sorts of feelings. But if he weren't the CEO of SpaceX, I don't think most people would have a problem with the U.S. government advocating for American companies to get international market access, said Evan Swartztrauber, a senior fellow at the Foundation for American Innovation, a technology policy think tank. Swartztrauber added, "We want American satellite companies to do well abroad, especially as our main competition is China. The U.S. has a lead in space. Down on getting
Tell
other
me you can
countries to
hear
grant
me now.
regulated companies.
Tell me you can hear me.
Otherwise,
Yes.
companies that benefit from
Yes.
market access
Tell me you can hear my black ass now.
could unlock multiple
I
Yeah,
can
that,
hear you.
that
streams.
shit was fucking up.
Capturing
Now,
just
what
1% of
you
India's
Yeah, I
just
don't know
hold
total
who.
on.
broadband market could generate nearly $1 billion annually, with comparable upside in Latin America and Africa, according to Kimberly Siverson Burke, Director of Government Affairs at Quilty Space, a space sector intelligence firm. She noted these are early estimates based on Quilty Space's financial model. The cables obtained by the Post shed new light into how U.S. officials are encouraging countries worldwide to adopt Starlink. Such efforts are not entirely new. The Biden administration was pushing embassies to adopt Starlink and other satellite-based internet services, the cables show. In early December, an informational cable went to diplomatic posts with then Secretary of State Antony Blinken's signature, touting the benefits of low Earth orbit, LEO, satellites, calling them a resilient alternative to traditional internet service providers. At the time, 50 American overseas posts were using LEO services, the cable stated, but the State Department planned to expand the technology to more posts across the globe. Blinken's cable explicitly said the department wanted to push additional options, not just Starlink. State will increase the number of available LEO vendors as they become available in the marketplace, the cable stated. Under Trump, Rubio has signed at least 2 cables asking department staffers worldwide to promote American satellite services, including Starlink, mentioned by name in both missives, to combat Russian space incumbents and Chinese companies offering the same service. The cables labeled Russian and Chinese satellite-based internet services a potential threat to America's national security. The cables appeared to go beyond Blinken's December communication, which detailed plans for more American posts to adopt satellite-based internet by instructing post staffers to persuade the countries where they are to choose the service. On March 28th, one of the cables shows, an action request went out with Rubio's signature citing Starlink by name and arguing that U.S. government advocacy is essential to maintain and extend their global first-mover advantage. A later cable shows the U.S. Embassy staff in Turkey delivering some of Rubio's
Oops, sorry about that.
talking points to a top Turkish space official, who the cable says had expressed interest in purchasing satellite services like those offered by Starlink and Amazon's Project Kuiper. Amazon.
Yeah, I want to stop it right there. So it looks like Amazon's going to be getting into the satellite internet and communications game, which I don't know that if that makes me feel better, but so we go. Basically, I agree that promoting U.S. companies is something that the U.S. has been doing for probably centuries. What I don't like is that Elon Musk being knee deep in the government. Speaking of Elon Musk, and the the government. This story caught my attention. Basically, Doge aims to pool federal data, putting personal information at risk. I'm not going to get knee deep into it, but you know, basically the way the government was set up, certain agencies, it was almost like a need to know. There's certain things that the IRS may have personal information on that, say, the Veterans Administration. Oh, excuse me. Take a sip of water there. That the basically the government was set up in silos. A need to know. The Veterans Administration doesn't need to know my tax data, etc. And what Elon Musk is wanting to do is put everything into, you know, an all-in-one database, and that's just crazy. Um, it Personal privacy is being violated in a way that kind of makes the Patriot Act look like child's play. Listening in on phone conversations is one thing. These people are going to have all your personal data in one place, and I can't believe that there's not more pushback from pushback from the right. I would expect the right to really be up in arms about all this personal information winding up in one place. So there's that. Uh, any ideas, tough guy?
About what?
What about the story that I just read?
Oh no, not really.
Okay. Uh, About to be a private state space race. Well, it's already been. Oh, I have one even better than that. About Elon Musk and Mars. This dude, this this dude's a problem already. He's just going to become a bigger problem. I just do not understand why people don't just head him off at the pass. Let me see. Did I find? I bet I didn't. No, it's not in my stable of stories, but essentially, damn it, where did I put that story? Maybe hold on one sec. Let me play this. This is basically an editorial or Heather Cox Richardson talking about Elon Musk and Doge specifically. Some of the specifics about their efforts to put everybody's personal information in one big database. This is actually kind of worrisome.
May 7th, 2025. By Heather Cox Richardson. Alarm appears to be rising about how the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, is consolidating data about Americans. Hannah Nathanson, Joseph Menn, Lisa Rain, and Rachel Siegel wrote in the Washington Post today that DOGE is racing to build a single centralized database with vast troves of personal information about millions of U.S. citizens and residents. In the past, that information has been carefully siloed, and there are strict laws about accessing it. But under billionaire Elon Musk, who appears to direct DOGE, although the White House has said he does not, operatives who may not have appropriate security clearances are removing protections and linking data. There are currently at least 11 lawsuits underway claiming that DOGE has violated the 1974 Privacy Act regulating who can access information about American citizens stored by the federal government. Musk and President Donald Trump, as well as other administration officials, claim that such consolidation of data is important to combat waste, fraud, and abuse. Although so far they have not been able to confirm any such savings, and their cuts are stripping ordinary Americans of programs they depend on. White House spokesperson Harrison Fields told the Washington Post reporters that DOGE's processes are protected by some of the brightest cybersecurity minds in the nation, and that every action taken is fully compliant with the law. Cybersecurity experts outside the administration disagree that a master database is secure or safe, as Doge is bypassing normal safeguards, including neglecting to record who has accessed or changed database information. The Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation at Harvard's Kennedy School explains that data can be altered or manipulated to redirect funds, for example, and that there is substantial risk that data can be hacked or leaked. It can be used to commit fraud or retaliate against individuals. The Ash Center also explains that U.S. government data is an extraordinarily valuable treasure trove for anyone trying to train artificial intelligence systems. Most of the data currently available is from the internet and is thus messy and unreliable. Government databases are comprehensive, verified records about the most critical areas of Americans' lives. Access to that data gives a company significant advantages in training systems and setting business strategies. Americans have not given consent for their data to be used in this way, and it leaves them open to loss of services, harassment, discrimination, or manipulation by the government, private entities, or foreign powers. Josh Marshall of Talking Points memo suggests Musk's faith in his AI company is at least part of what's behind the administration's devastating cuts to biomedical research. Those who believe in a future centered around AI believe that it will be far more effective than human research scientists. So cutting actual research is efficient. At the same time, Marshall suggests tech oligarchs find the years-long timelines of actual research and the demands of scientists on peer reviews and careful study frustrating, as they want to put their ideas into practice quickly. If the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, is an example of what it looks like when a tech oligarch tries to run a government agency, it's a cautionary tale. Under Trump, the FAA has become entangled with Musk's SpaceX space technology company and its subsidiary Starlink satellite company, and it appears that the American people are being used to make Musk's dream come true. Musk believes that humans must colonize Mars in order to become a multiplanetary species as insurance against the end of life on Earth. On Monday, he explained to Jesse Waters of the Fox News channel that eventually the Earth will be incinerated by an expanding sun.
That is like totally crazy, and you'll see why in a minute.
So humans must move to other planets to survive. In 2016, Musk predicted that humans would start landing on Mars in 2025. But in the Waters interview, he revised his prediction to possibly 2029, but more likely 2031. Critics note that while it is true the sun is expanding, the change is not expected to affect the Earth for another 5 billion years. As a frame,
that's billion with a B. This dude, I don't get it. I don't get why people just like think he is all that. I think he's weird, and you know, people, this whole anti-intellectual sort of deal. This is almost like a science fiction novel, where the tech bros are basically going to wind up running this country. Billionaires and oligarchs in general have always had more influence over the government than the people do. And it's like on steroids here. So I just don't get, I just don't get it. I would rather have the government be inefficient than have Elon Musk centralizing everybody's data into a master database. So this is a longish essay, and I think we pretty much get the gist of it. Curtis Yarvin's name comes in towards the end of it. These guys are weird, and they are not the way I want to see this country go. I'm not sure it's inevitable that AI take over everything, but we're letting businesses and oligarchs in general basically take over the country, and I feel at our own risk. But we are going to get, and I didn't do it, but America's going to get what it voted for. And it may not like the outcome. So to continue on Trump's trouncing of the Constitution, some Trump-aligned group sues Chief Justice John Roberts in an effort to restrict power of the courts. And the group that's actually doing the suing is Stephen Miller's old group. It's called America First Legal Foundation. So it's basically a Stephen Miller group. It would be hard for me to believe that he's divested himself from it. Oh, too much access? He already has the access. They don't care about law, and well, they care about law when it suits their agenda. So that's partly right, PD. So anyway, let's see. And this is kind of a complicated story. Some stuff I didn't know, but basically, I'll read the first paragraph or three. A pro-Trump legal group founded by White House aide Stephen Miller is suing Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, a long shot move as Trump allies fight court rulings blocking key actions from the Oval Office. The lawsuit was filed by America First Legal Foundation against Roberts in his capacity as the official head of the U.S. Judicial Conference, and Robert J. Conrad, who serves as director of the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts. The complaint accuses both the U.S. Judicial Conference and the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts of performing certain regulatory actions that go beyond the scope of resolving cases and controversies, or administratively supporting those actions, which they argue are core functions. Which they argue are the core functions of the judiciary. So basically, this lawsuit is basically saying, hey, the U.S. Judicial Conference and the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts perform regulatory actions which are encroaching on the executive branch. So essentially what they want to do is bring the Judicial Conference and the Office of and I would imagine especially the Administrative Office of the U.S. Courts into the executive branch, which would basically give control of the judicial branch to the executive branch. And this is all going to be under the unitary executive legal theory. And I remind you, the unitary executive theory is on the fringe. Okay, it is not something that is widely accepted as a thing. And as a matter of fact, I've said this before. When they listed the articles, Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, Article 5 of the Constitution, the executive was second behind the judiciary, and I'm sure they were listed in order of importance by the framers of the Constitution. So this probably isn't going to go anywhere, but it kind of gives you an idea of what Trump and Stephen Miller in particular kind of, what their mindset is. And that's that. And it's a long, complicated story, but I've just pretty much summarized it. All right, so let's see, what else do we have here? House GOP infighting turns ugly over Trump's big, beautiful bill. This is the budget that Trump's proposing. Again, This is something. Yeah, the presidents can propose a budget, but it sounds like what they're going to do is, hey, Trump did our work for us, and we are wedded to whatever he wants us to do. So Trump's pretty much taken over the legislative branch, and apparently he wants to take over the judicial too. Basically, it's a huge power play, like historical slash epic power play. I don't think any other presidents tried to do this much um, as far as trying to get rid of checks and balances. So President Donald Trump's big beautiful bill is running into a wall in the sharply divided House Republican conference, with tensions spiking over Speaker Mike Johnson's handling of the party's biggest sticking point, overhauling Medicaid. Let's see here. Let me enlarge this so it's easier to read. As Johnson presses for a House vote before Memorial Day, the battle lines are becoming more pronounced, with Republicans in swing districts saying the sweeping bill can't slash social safety net benefits, while GOP hardliners are demanding trillions more in spending cuts, far beyond what many centrist members are willing to swallow. Those frustrations emerged in a 2-hour meeting in Johnson's leadership suite on Tuesday night, in which the speaker huddled with roughly a dozen GOP centrists who have refused to back any Medicare changes that would hurt eligible Americans who rely on the program. Inside the room, Johnson made one more attempt to sell those members on a contentious plan, backed by the hard-right House Freedom Caucus and others, to sharply reduce Medicaid payments to states that expanded the program under Obamacare. So basically what they're trying to do is hurt blue states, according to two people in the room. His push drew a rebuke from multiple centrists in the room who believed that the idea was already off the table, the people said. We lay down the law, one Republican member who had attended the meeting said of the firm position many members took. Johnson and his leadership team insist that, in the end, GOP members will not be willing to stand in the way of Trump, who has said that actions taken in the next phase of his presidency will be charted through Capitol Hill. Finally, he's gonna use them to get his agenda instead of just executive ordering it. But the inter-party sparring between the two vastly disparate factions of Johnson's conference raises the question of whether he can meet his own deadline to pass the package out of the House this month, with perhaps his own political survival on the line. On Tuesday, some of those lawmakers who delivered a cautionary note to Johnson, they did not want to vote for any bill that Trump hadn't endorsed, eager to avoid a repeat of 2017 when the president called for the House GOP's healthcare plan, called the healthcare plan mean after they'd already passed it. Less than a year later, Republicans lost the chamber in the midterms. I don't want to be mean, Representative Andrew Garbarino, a Republican from New York from a New York swing district, told CNN on Wednesday. And I think anytime it looks like we're actually hurting people, that's gonna piss off the American population. And if you piss them off, they're probably not going to vote for you. The House cannot be its own worst enemy, said Representative Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey, one of the moderates in the meeting. We have to work in conjunction with the president. Notice they're not working in conjunction with the Democrats. So these guys, anyone who's talking about, the Democrats not all being on one page, both parties, kind of have these factions. And I've made the point before that we really have roughly 4 different parties instead of 2. It's just that, the left's version of MAGA are called progressives, and they vote with the Democrats, just like MAGA or the mainline Republicans are more or less aligned with MAGA. So both parties have their internal strife, and it's going to be interesting because the Senate has a little bit more spine than the House, not much more, but they do have some. So that is that. Bernie Sanders is old, Slick Rick. He's barnstorming now, but he has no chance of being president at his age, and he shouldn't have a chance. Androids have taken a bite of the apple and gained sentience over its creator. Not sure about that. I can't help falling in love with you. What the fuck is this? Are you on the wrong channel? Shouldn't you be over there on Ava's channel or Lolo's? EA, don't be singing that shit over here. All right, so let's move on from here. This is scary stuff.
You stupid.
This is I'm sorry, what?
I said you said Ava or Lolo. That was funny. You stupid.
Well, I mean, he's singing I can't help fall or typing I can't help falling in love with you. I'm thinking he's drunk and he's drunk and on the wrong channel. So this actually kind of scared me. How lost radar and silent radios have upended Newark air travel. You know, I've been into that airport. That was maybe 20 years ago, but this is a scary story. And Trump really is a clown. That little performance he did after that helicopter plane collision at Reagan National, he really flubbed it, and people aren't going to be able to put two and two together. But this is truly scary.
How lost radar and silent radios have upended Newark air travel. This article is by Kate Kelly and read by an automated voice. On a recent afternoon in Philadelphia, an air traffic controller began shouting that he had lost his radar feed for planes flying in and out of Newark Liberty International Airport. Some of his colleagues still had radar, but their radios went dead, prompting frantic calls to their counterparts in New York, urging them to keep their planes away from Newark's airspace. Then, for 30 harrowing seconds until the radios came back, there was nothing more to do but hope, as they had no means of telling pilots how to avoid crashing their planes into one another. Shortly after that, one controller discovered a trainee who had been directing Newark traffic under supervision just moments earlier, shaking in the hallway. That was the chaotic scene on Monday, April 28th, according to several people who were present when controllers working the airspace for Newark lost the means to do their jobs. The failure of the system the controllers rely on left several of those on duty that day with extreme anxiety, requiring a mental health respite that has caused low staffing levels for days since. It has also prompted more than 1,000 flights at one of the nation's busiest airports to be canceled or delayed, leaving some passengers feeling frustrated and abandoned. The struggles with staffing are particularly notable because the Federal Aviation Administration's decision to relocate some of Newark's air traffic control operations to Philadelphia last summer was intended to increase headcount. The nation's air traffic control system has been plagued by years of dysfunction. The controller ranks were depleted by retirements and a cessation in training during the pandemic. Since then, recruiting and certifying new controllers has been difficult. Existing controllers have been fatigued and even sickened by intense stress and long hours, the New York Times has reported. Some have avoided seeking medical attention because doing so could jeopardize the healthcare clearances they need to do the work. Turnover is frequent, especially amid illnesses, family turmoil, or safety scares. The outage and its after effects at Newark have prompted public outrage. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who oversees the FAA, has called for a brand new air traffic control system. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, has said the FAA is really a mess. Scott Kirby, the chief executive of United Airlines, which is Newark's biggest user, said the airport cannot handle the number of planes that are scheduled to operate there, and blamed controllers who walked off the job. But current and former controllers who requested anonymity for fear of retaliation and people who witnessed last week's outages said the controllers' time away from their duties was appropriate under the circumstances, given the hardship of working under such duress. They also described the unnerving incident as the culmination of 9 months of technical glitches that have eroded the Newark team's confidence in the reliability of the tools that are essential to doing its work. Last August, in an incident that was later blamed partly on a third-party technician who accidentally cut a data feed from a remote location, a controller lost radar for about 90 seconds, according to people who were there. A week later, radar scopes froze several times, according to FAA activity logs that were reviewed by the Times. Then, about 8 months later, the April 28th outages, which lawmakers have blamed on a fried copper wire, occurred. From what we can gather right now, the communication lines that feed the Newark sector, which resides in Philadelphia, are failing. Dave Sparrow, the president of Professional Aviation Safety Specialists, a union that represents airway transportation systems technicians, said in an interview. He said contractors, not the FAA itself, were responsible for those lines. The FAA said it was working closely with facility managers and vendors to address telecommunication issues across the national airspace system, particularly in the Northeast. Mr. Duffy said the FAA had slowed down the system to ensure traveler safety at Newark. The FAA has acknowledged that some Newark controllers have taken time off to deal with the stress of the recent outages. On Tuesday, the agency said it had slowed arrivals and departures at Newark, in part because of staffing shortages. It added that it was taking immediate steps to improve the reliability of operations at the airport, including installing new, high-bandwidth data connections, deploying a backup system to Philadelphia, and increasing staffing among the Newark controller ranks. Mr. Duffy is expected on Thursday to announce additional details of a planned air traffic control overhaul, which he has been working on since a mid-air collision near Ronald Reagan National Airport outside Washington this year killed 67 people. The FAA said in a statement that it had 22 certified Newark controllers in Philadelphia and almost as many in training. But that is not the whole picture. Because of mental health leave and other personnel matters, only 16 certified controllers are currently available to call on each day, according to people familiar with the situation, and more than double that number would typically be needed to cover all the shifts. Aviation experts say, and the FAA acknowledges, that there are no quick fixes to controller shortages. Being a controller for a busy airspace like Newark's typically requires years of nuts and bolts training and experience in other busy airspaces close to major cities. Even a veteran controller who joined the Newark team from a hub like Atlanta or San Diego would need up to a year of specialized training to become familiar with the nuances of Newark's traffic, which typically involves 80 or more departures and landings in a given hour, according to controllers with knowledge of that airspace. In addition to that, Newark controllers handle the traffic at smaller regional airports, including one in Teterboro. NJ controllers working the Newark airspace from Philadelphia were supposed to be the solution, rather than the problem. The FAA reasoned that the relatively low cost of living near Philadelphia would attract more workers who wanted to purchase homes or raise families, and that the Philadelphia International Airport Control Tower, where they would be stationed, was newly renovated. The move was fraught from its inception. Some controllers resisted leaving their perch in Westbury, NY, where they had worked alongside colleagues handling flights in and out of LaGuardia Airport and Kennedy International Airport for years or even decades. Some controllers who argued to the FAA that the relocation would place undue hardship on their families were permitted to stay in Westbury. Others opted to take their chances in Philadelphia, collecting a $100,000 incentive payment for doing so. Their workstations in the new building, which the FAA had spent $36 million to modernize, were fitted with real-time tracking technology. They reported to their new posts on July 28th. The controllers for Newark initially worked on a reduced flight schedule to smooth out any kinks. But by mid-August, with summer travel robust, standard traffic levels in and out of Newark had resumed, and flights were proceeding normally. Then, on August 27th, a Newark controller in Philadelphia lost radar imagery for roughly a minute and a half after the technician's mistake, according to two people who were in the control hub that day. The controller was monitoring half a dozen planes at the moment the radar vanished, including two United Airlines jets, one of the people recalled. With no visual imagery to guide him, he tried to direct the pilots from memory, according to three people with knowledge of the incident. Attention, all aircraft. Radar contact is lost. Radar contact is lost, the controller said, according to an audio recording of the event. By the time radar imagery returned, said two people with knowledge of the incident, one of the flights was well into LaGuardia's airspace and was flying over the Hudson River. The controller, who had decades of experience, retired within days of the incident, said the three people with knowledge of the matter. The trouble in Philadelphia persisted. Less than a week later, Labor Day travelers flying in and out of Newark faced delays and a ground stop, a temporary halt to takeoffs and landings, because of unrelated radar equipment problems, according to the FAA. The agency blamed data transmission issues in the regional system. Those were an outgrowth of the way the FAA handled the transfer of Newark flight data to Philadelphia when it moved the controllers, according to government and union officials at the time. Rather than feeding flight data that was generated at Newark straight to Philadelphia, the FAA instead routed the data initially to Westbury and then to Philadelphia from there, those officials said. That meant that the data had to travel further and was also vulnerable to being overloaded at times by other hubs in the system that were experiencing glitches, said Mr. Sparrow, the president of the Safety Specialists Union. It caused what they call a cascade failure with target freezing, Mr. Sparrow said. He was referring to the dots that represent moving aircraft on radar screens that, according to FAA logs of that day, froze in several places, prompting an alert. The FAA said in a statement that it was establishing a communication system that will not require the Philadelphia facility to rely on a feed from New York. Controllers said last fall that while data and capacity hitches had not been their chief objection to relocating, they had long been a source of anxiety. It has only gotten worse as the isolated glitches have come to seem like more of a trend, said the people who witnessed the recent events in Philadelphia. One controller who was there on April 28th made it to his car before breaking into tears, one of those people said. He has taken time off, this person added, and will need to be cleared by a mental health professional before he can return. Mark Walker contributed reporting.
Damn. It sounds, when you have a job in the States as a civilian that's giving you PTSD, oh my Lord. Yeah, and one thing I want to point out, there's this essay that a guy named James Fallows did on Substack, where he points out that the initial Doge cuts, not just the initial Doge cuts, not just at the FAA, but also NASA, NOAA, FEMA, and the National Weather Service, some safety review boards in other parts of the air safety system have exposed far more of the system to lethal strain. So the Doge cuts kind of figure somehow or another into this problem as well. So this is a looming problem. And I wonder if Trump is up to dealing with this. This is more important than deportations. I'll put it that way. So sounds like Reagan National was just kind of like a warning of sorts. So I hope he's paying attention. Probably not. But anyway, what's up, CKJ? So let us move on. Unfortunately, I don't think SKC is going to be around today, but something we talked about on the panel yesterday was property ownership and voting. Hold on one sec here. Let me enlarge this. Got curious. So this is from the Reagan Library education blog. And it talks about voting rights and property ownership. And apparently, after the Constitution was adopted in 1789, it was left up to the states to decide what the qualifications were to vote. And some states did adopt property ownership of a certain value to be eligible to vote. And I'm just going to read a little bit of this. I'm not going to get, well, it's a short one. So maybe I will just go ahead and read it. On August 6, 1965, the Voting Rights Act reinforced the 15th Amendment by declaring that the right to vote was not to be abridged on the account of racial identity. While the significance of this landmark piece of legislation is noteworthy, the pursuit for equal voting rights had been going on well before the 20th century, even so far back as the nation's founding. When the U.S. Constitution was made effective in 1789, it made no federal distinctions for who was eligible to vote. The intention was to have each of the new states determine the specific tenets of voter eligibility as they entered the Union. The most common requirements for voter eligibility was that each prospective voter had to be a white male who owned property of a certain dollar value. Not only did this exclude free African Americans from voting, but lower class whites as well. So during the subsequent eras of Jeffersonian and Jacksonian democracy, named for their respective presidents, populist political movements advocated for the removal of these voter restrictions. These movements proved to be successful since by the time of the 1828 presidential election, the majority of the land ownership requirements were eliminated from state laws. The final state to remove the property requirement was North Carolina in 1856, just 5 years before the Civil War began. So essentially, after the Civil War, property ownership was no longer a thing. And it wasn't that much of a thing for long after the Constitution was adopted, 29, almost 30 years after property requirements. Most of them, with the exception of North Carolina, went away. So for some reason or another, I wasn't aware of that because the Constitution didn't talk about it. And I forgot that states, pretty much control how elections are run. There are some things, there are some things like the Voting Rights Act that, the 15th Amendment was basically, dealt with voting after the 1789 fact. So the problem with the 15th Amendment is it left open things like literacy tests and other types of tests. It didn't really address that at all. It just specified that race, you couldn't stop people from voting based solely on race. And there are ways around that. And which dovetails back into CRT and stuff like that, where race neutral laws can still have racial effects. And people just don't seem to get that concept. I just ordered a book on affirmative action by Jason Riley. No, I know who Jason Riley is. He's a columnist for the Wall Street Journal. He also did he was like behind the movie, like a producer of a movie called Maverick, which was biography, more or less a biography or documentary on the life of Thomas Sowell. So yeah, I know who he is. Um, he's a little pipsqueak, but let me know how you like it. I know what he's going to say about affirmative action, and all I really need to know about affirmative action, I read in Clarence Thomas's concurring opinion on the in that Asian lawsuit that got rid of affirmative action. Pretty much everything I need to know, Thomas Sowell wrote. And really, the one thing that I agree with the Black conservatives on is that affirmative action was a stigma. When you walk on a campus and they're going, "Oh, hey, you're only here because of affirmative action." But essentially, and I'm going to be real frank here, my impression is that the reason Clarence Thomas was so against affirmative action, even though it helped him get into Yale Law School, his feelings were hurt when people wouldn't take him seriously. He had a hard time getting a job at these white shoe law firms out of Yale, and he wound up working for the government. That's how things were so bad discrimination wise that even a Yale graduate, if you were Black and a Yale graduate, you were not treated equally as a white Yale graduate. It was just assumed, well, hey, you needed help getting into Yale. And the affirmative action was a big stigma. And it just literally hurt his feelings, apparently. So that's why he's been against affirmative action, because it does attach a stigma to Black people, young Black kids coming out of school. But rather than just like overhaul it or that sort of thing, he'd just rather get rid of it and basically say, hey, Black people, you don't need affirmative action. You either belong there without affirmative action or you don't. And, that's a way of looking at it. But I will say that people like John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry, and probably Clarence Thomas too, have said, and I've heard him say it when McWhorter and Lowry were on Blogging Heads. They had a show called The Black Guys at Blogging Heads or something like that. They both openly admitted that they were there because of affirmative action. And Glenn Lowry was the first tenured economics professor at Harvard, first Black tenured economics professor at Harvard. And his thing is, hey, you know what? I was probably made a full professor at Harvard before I was emotionally or whatever maturity ready or mature. So in a way, in a backhanded way, he blames affirmative action for his fuck up at Harvard, which I find just ridiculous. But anyway, that's my little diatribe. So yeah, I know who Jason Riley is. Let me know if you like the book or, anything like that. I'm not inclined to read it because I already know what Jason Riley's going to say. He'll take the Thomas Sowell. And by the way, in that decision, that concurring decision that Clarence Thomas wrote on the Asians versus affirmative action lawsuits, he quotes Thomas Sowell in that opinion. And I thought that was actually unprofessional. Thomas Sowell's opinion is not like legal precedent or anything like that, but that's how much they revere Thomas Sowell. Jason Riley, would probably he's probably begged Thomas Sowell to adopt him at one point in time. So anyway, SKC made me want to get deeper into how property ownership and voting were connected. So I actually learned something. Let's see. Roger B. Taney started in his decision that between the Revolution and the Naturalism Acts, blacks were stateless property that were born of pre-colonial. Okay, I have no idea what that means. Roger Taney basically said that blacks weren't citizens. As far as partis sequitur ventrum and all that stuff, I'm sure he probably mentioned it in his decision, but the upshot is that Dred Scott had no rights that whites needed to acknowledge, and basically blacks weren't citizens. So that definitely upended some voting rights in the North for free blacks. All right, well, let's move on from there. I went through news articles faster than I thought I would. So next on my agenda, at least, is the Scheherazade Ali video that we didn't get to the other day. Ooh, that's big on the screen, isn't it? That's a big old audio icon. So Scheherazade Ali, we will hear more from her on the Rock Newman show. Rock Newman, the only thing I know about him is I think he was a radio host. He's fairly kind of famous. I don't know that much about his background, but I have seen interviews that he's done before. So let's see what these two old people have to say. This is about an hour and 12 minutes long, and I'll stop it along the way for a comment.
The first thing we have to do to shake off our ancestral slave history is get a white man back his God. And we refuse to do that. We need to give him back his name. We refuse to do that. We think these things are not important, but they didn't do anything to us that wasn't important. Everything was designed to rob us of ourselves and make them the people that are the best. When actually, you are the best. We have the best man on the planet. Everybody want our man with us. And that's what it was designed to do.
Greetings, beloved, and thank you so very much for deciding to take a moment and to join the Rock Newman Show 2.0 today. I have a guest today that my producer Avis and I have been wanting to have on for a very long time. We look at the strife that is rampant throughout our community and so many of the dysfunctional relationships that are happening between mother and son, husband and wife, and so on and so forth. And for decades now, our guest, Scheherazade Ali, has been speaking to these issues. Oftentimes, what she has communicated has been very controversial. She stays rooted in her beliefs that she's been sharing for a very long time. Ms. Ali, it is my pleasure to host you today and to have you as a guest on the Rock Newman Show 2.0.
Well, I'm so honored, and I thank you very much for inviting me. I have seen your show too for a long time, seen different people on there, and I wasn't sure if you just had men, so I didn't ever approach you about it. I said, well, I'll just wait. They'll get around to me. And then you did.
Man, oh man. And I'm telling you, getting around to you and having to get a yes from you was indeed exciting. I've got notes all over my desk, text messages from Avis about potential places to go, but I'm going to take the risk to go to something that some folks might look in and say, oh my God, you're starting at a very morbid place. But let's just start here and we can unpack it all. I heard you making the comment about seeing someone very close to you suffer before they died. And you made the comment and wrote a piece saying you want to own your own death. Would you please elaborate on that?
Well, like every other culture, when we were forced to come here, when they, enslaved us and drug us over here, we already had our own systems of politics, child rearing, life, death, food, clothes. We already had those ideas, and we had already systems that we were practicing. And one of the things that has never been challenged here is how we die. Now, we know the police kill us. We know that our open enemy kill us, but we have not ever discussed how do we want to die? How should we die? And things like that. The Indians, they had their processes, but of course we weren't allowed to pick it up or anything. And so when I say I want to own my own death, I mean, I want to decide if it's at the end and I no longer have a quality of life. And I'm a type A personality, so I don't want nobody changing no diapers and, doing all of those things. I want to decide how I want to die. And if it's by medication and go to sleep, that's painless, then I might want to do that. But I think we should have a choice instead of being forced to drag out, spend all that money, let all of the white-owned hospitals make millions and billions of dollars off of our dying process. When we get to the end and we know we're no longer useful, we're just a burden on our families and our children and grandchildren, then we need to just go on and end this and let that be the end of our story and leave our legacy intact instead of leaving our last memory, one of us curled up in the bed, not knowing anybody, and losing control of our bodily functions. I don't want that. I'm not going to have that.
I'm supposed, I've been told by folks that advise me on how I can be a better talk show host is to remain neutral. Just call balls and strikes, remain neutral. Not necessarily to give my opinion, but to me, what you just expressed makes all the sense in the world. I'll take it just beyond that. I want to get your thoughts on this. I hadn't thought to ask this question, but I just want to take it to that next step. Where are you in terms of cremation versus a burial at a cemetery?
We're going to have to go to cremation a lot of, because we've already tested that if you die, you're going to come back. And if we came back, there's no room for everyone. And it's very expensive. People put $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 in the ground trying to honor somebody who's not even aware of what's going on. And I don't think that that's a good idea either. I think that like a person like myself who does not believe in life after death, okay, not a physical life. And so it's a real test for those of us who say we believe that to say, well, I'd rather just be cremated. Here's the thing. If you heat the human body to 300 degrees Fahrenheit and put a little Clorox or something in it, the body turns into mineral oil. So I had someone ask me, do you think we're already eating people? I say, well, we may not be eating them, but we certainly are rubbing them on our body and cosmetics because mineral oil is used in everything. It's like soybean oil. And so we know that there are some other uses for the human body for that flesh than just putting it in the ground to rot and turn back into dirt anyway, back into the earth. And so I think that cremation is a good solution. And the way they do cremation these days, let me tell you, is that they leave you in the locker for 2 or 3 weeks to make sure you are really dead, even if you don't have a heartbeat. They leave you in there to make sure that you're not going to come back alive. Back in the olden days, they would put a bell on the casket so that if you did come back alive, you would ring the bell and they dig you up. But see, we don't have that. So, but no, I think that that's going to be the best way. It's too many people. Not that the earth is overcrowded. Everybody in America could live in Texas if we had to. So there's plenty of room here, but that's just a waste of useful land to keep burying people. And now a lot of cemeteries are burying people on top of each other, putting 2 and 3 caskets in the ground because there's no space. The people are dying quicker than they're being born because of abortion and so forth. And so we just need to just get a system for that, stop paying all that money, and be done with it.
2 questions and 2 what I deem to be some very, very practical and useful answers. You know, I think that in interviewing you, talking to you, sharing with you, we inevitably, it's an easy slide into controversies in terms of things that you have said, wisdom that you have imparted. And so I want to ask this. It's an open-ended question, and I already know it could be answered so many different ways, but I just want to get your thought, because I witnessed something within the last 2 days that made me say, I'm gonna talk to Ms. Ali about this. I saw a man and a woman. Matter of fact, I was at their home, and they got in a little spat, and it energized quickly, and they were at each other's throat. You know, those times when you want to just kind of disappear and be at, you know, just falling in a hole or something. And I mean, they were really at each other's throat. Well, if you do this, I'll do this. Well, you want to do that, I'll do this. And she ultimately left and slammed the door. I thought the walls were going to fall down. Nothing was resolved. There was no agreement. I didn't know what was going to happen. I tried to make it as quick and a dignified, hasty retreat as I could.
Yeah.
So I left. Haven't talked to him since. It made me think. That happens in life where there is a disagreement. Man, woman get married, a whole lot of disagreements. But in that circumstance, what do you think should happen and how it should? Should one have the final say? I looked at that and I was like, I kind of saw both points, but the 2 points were polar opposites. And I'm like, okay, now what's going to happen?
It's unfortunate that it has grown to be like that. Most of us don't realize that in the studies that I have done, we learn how to argue and disagree with our mate in the home. A lot of times it's what we see and how we see our parents fight. If they fight in the ring and just deal with the subject, if they have enough self-control to control themselves and to tell the guest leaves and talk about it later when they're alone, or if we have actually 2 women arguing, the men arguing like a woman and the woman arguing like a woman. Because a lot of times we fuss at our men so long, and in order to try to defend themselves, they start talking like us. And then that's right down our alley, because then we can really let it go then, and we both, can fuss, and it sounds like 2 women arguing as opposed to a man and a woman. And so we have to learn how to fight in the ring. When I say fight in the ring, I mean, if we are arguing about you didn't take the trash out, and I tell you every day to take the trash out, and we keep going over that, well, it's no point in me saying that's why your mama ain't got no teeth.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
You don't jump into something else.
Yeah.
Trying to fight. If we're talking about this subject, it's called
staying on don't message. Do whataboutism.
Staying on message, and the truth of the matter is, they both threw some mud, but she really went back in time and
right. That's what I'm talking about. Right. So we do that, and so we have to just look at that most of us, because we argue, we're not going to break up. Most of us have unresolved issues, and we bring them up in every fight, those same issues. We're not going to solve that. And I always jokingly say that you never really know that you're in love until you look over to your mate and think, I could kill him. You know, and then
and then you don't. and then you resist. I get it.
Right. But you know, we do that. And as I said, we learn that in the home. Now, the fact that we had the 2-parent home, the 1-parent home, well, now we have the no-parent home. And so you're talking about children and young people now raising themselves, and they're learning how to quarrel and argue with each other, either from the streets or from the videos that are violent, from the rap videos and things like that. And we can't say that those things don't have an impact on our behavior, because you have never seen one commercial. The commercials run all day. Repeat means everything. And after we start bullying that into our heads, allowing our children to listen, go to sleep with earphones in their ear and listening to a lot of nonsense around the clock, they'll fight you about their cell phones and different things, because, you know, they have created, the manufacturers have made it addictive for us. And we have addictive personalities because we don't have no self. And you know, that's another reason I want to add that we turn into another person in a movie. When we play a person and do a biopic, we actually turn into them, because we're an empty vessel. We can put anything in there. We can be anybody. We can be anything.
You say we do that because we have no self.
Yeah.
Whew. That's deep.
Well,
I have a list of questions, but I'm going to ask you to expound on that. We have no self.
Well, there's an example. Right now, due to this border crisis thing that they're talking about, and the immigrants invading the country and so forth, we got 195 nations of different people coming in here. These people, most of them, the majority of them, have not been enslaved. So they have their own culture, knowledge of their culture, how they dress, as I said, how they eat, how they raise their children, what their politics are, what their religious beliefs are, how they decorate their homes, how they handle outside of their homes, their hygiene habits, their sanitation. They have already these ideas. And so when they come here, they will set up their ideas and start to live that way. We're going to start to smell all kinds of different foods on the street. We're going to see all kinds of children dressed in clothes. They're not wearing Louis Vuitton. They're not concerned about plaids and stripes together. They don't have any of that nonsense that we have been taught here. As a result of them erasing our history, essentially, we have adopted things from all over the place. We have mixed up different African fabrics and hats and so forth together, because we don't know which one is which. We came here from different tribes. You can see the different shapes of our noses. You can see people wear their hair different ways. You can see Black people with different kind of jewelry on. Those are different tribes. These are different people that's embedded in us, but we don't know how to express it because we don't have the history. They beat our history out of us. And so now the things we do, we think it's our choice. We have tried to normalize our captivity and act like that we're not living in a hostile environment and that integration solved all our problems. And so therefore, everything we do now is by choice, but it isn't. And I do have a book called Are You Still a Slave? It's a test book. It lets you take a test, a couple of tests, and find out how much of a slave are you still acting like, even without a slave master.
You mentioned that book, and it was probably, I should have talked about your past more in terms of the things that you've done and the impact that you have made. You don't just have that book, you have several books, and I want to touch on them. And I want to suggest to our viewers, pay close attention to what I'm getting ready to say, and that if you find yourself engaged in the reading and the understanding of some of the wisdom that are contained within what Miss Ali, Shahrazad Ali, has imparted, I think it'll make your life a little better.
Oh, it'll change your life.
Here's some of the books: The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman, and The Black Woman's Guide to Understanding the Black Mind. And you say in the one, The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman, read it before she does. Why you say that?
Listen, I don't have to tell you that got me in a lot of trouble too, okay? Well, because one of the reasons I wrote the book is because you all have been so naive about our behavior and motivations and our expressions and the double meanings of some of the things we do. You all have just been in the blind for many, many years. And I wanted to level that playing field because we have studied you all intently. We know what to say to make you happy. We know what to say to make you insanely mad. We know more about you than you know about us. We not only know more about you, we've told everybody else about you. The Black woman is the only woman in America who goes out publicly and talks about her man. We don't know what the Chinese man do. We don't know what he does, how he act in the house, how he deal with it. We don't know that. We don't know what the Arabs do. There's a lot of people here. We don't know what those men do. The Latinos. So we don't know what they do, but everybody know what y'all do because we told them.
Man, so you are suggesting that a mate in the Black community.
I'm gonna disagree with that slightly. We have been doing Black films, Black exploitation films. It's not just the Black women told them. We've been entertainers, as a group. Legacy Black Americans have a deep history of entertainment and or the entertainment industry. And shit, Boys in the Hood, Bill, the Cosby, what was it, the Cosby Show? So, I mean, I've never seen a Filipino version of the Cosby Show. Maybe that's why. So, anyway.
A woman that is culturally specific to the Black community, that by and large, she is the only one that goes out and kicks the Black man.
Kinda, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. And it has made you more vulnerable to a lot of other criticism from other people, because the only way they know about you is through us, because you all not telling them, we tell them. And I wanted, as you asked about the book, I wanted to level that playing field and let you all know more of what's going on. Now, some of it has backfired. The book did produce Kevin Samuels, my boy, and he's my spiritual son, I call him. And, he came out and took it a step further. I tried to, what I consider was gently tell people about our situation and to stop us from controlling you all with not only insult.
Well, that's an interesting comment. So 20% Black isn't Black enough? Is that your point, Speak Radio and J-Dub? What happened to the one drop rule? Or have we, as a quote Black community, decided that's not enough? Back in the day, he would be considered Black. Yes, that's enough. Excuse me. So if 20% is enough, why would you not invite him to the cookout? And to be honest, I'm going to be blunt about this. I really don't understand in 2025 why we really care what his ethnicity is. Maybe I'm moving towards the joke I've been making for several months about just being transracial. If he can be any race he wants to be. Well, the one drop rule was literally racism. So don't call it technology, call it racism and racist. So, but here's the thing, and I was actually going to talk about Hood Conservative yesterday. I don't know whether he picked up that Tommy Curry video from lurking in the bushes, because I can't imagine how he would know about Tommy Curry otherwise. But anyway, he decided last night to look at it on his show. Dude sounded like, honestly, it was so painful to hear him uh, react to the video that I made a few pithy comments in the chat and finally had to leave because it was John Galt level painful to hear. It actually troubles me to see black people act like racist white people. Why would we want to act like a white racist? So Rock Newman's race, yeah, I probably thought about it to myself, but I'm not about to get out there and bat it back and forth about what race is he. Most black people in America have 20%, I think is the average, of European heritage. Most legacy black Americans have some European heritage. A lot of white people have African heritage, believe it or not. And if you ever care to go out and just every now and again you'll see an article. I remember, was it Jenny Jones or one of those shows where this woman, I would have never guessed she had any heritage, African heritage. She was blonde and blue-eyed, but she had like her mother had passed for white. She was an older lady, but her mother had passed for white. So, she had probably more African heritage than Rock Newman has European heritage. Well, I take that back. She had more African heritage, I would bet, than Rock Newman had African heritage. So I think we need to stop acting like white racists and care so much about race. And I understand why you want to care about it, because it rears its ugly head every now and again in a cop killing or Tyree sort of issue. But I'm really, I'm not into or not down with acting like a Be Brave or some white racist. Just even if I was that kind of racist, I would not act like that because I don't want to be like Be Brave. I don't want to be like a Dylan Roof. I want to present myself that way. So anyway, enough of that diatribe.
Results, but with sex, there have been a lot of things we have been able to manipulate our men with just based on those things. Plus, we convince you to tell us your secrets. And then the first time we get mad, then we go and tell them. We'll tell the police. We'll tell your mama. We'll tell you. tell your children, we'll tell anybody. And so I'm trying to get us to stop practicing that, to pull that back. And if we speak a good word for our men, that if we defend you publicly, like they defend their men, if the white woman have a husband and he go out and he kill 10 people, when they go to court, she holding his arm and they go in there together and she sit there with him and then they go home and the children are there and they do everything. When you all tend to do different things, we not only abandon you, then we tell everything else bad that we know about you. And that's not the way to build a nation. It's not the way to repair the man that the white man has destroyed.
Man, I do not in any stretch of the imagination want anyone to think that I come here today with any type of an agenda to bash Black women. We come for.
Oh no,
we come for.
I'm a Black woman. I got Black granddaughters. I got Black children, Black girls and children. So I'm not trying to bash.
Yeah,
us,
no.
But we can't have a better man till we have a better woman.
Okay, and to that end, I had a question. It dovetails to some of what you were talking about there, and the quote was from you: "Women overvalue themselves because they control sex."
Yeah.
Can you expound on that?
Well, we have a new type of young woman today. And that type of young woman believes.
I want to, it's not just Black women who overvalue themselves for, because they control sex. Is it damn it, can't think of the Greek play. This has been like something that's been going on since ancient classical times. There was a movie Spike Lee made some years ago. Was it Chirac maybe, where the women in the hood just basically said, hey, y'all men need to stop acting like this or we're just going to withhold sex, which I thought was actually pretty funny. What is it? There's a term for it now. Is it 480 or some weird B40 or some weird term like that? But I kind of like the movie actually, Speak Radio, but that movie was based on a Greek play. So this isn't, my point isn't, this has happened throughout time and it's not just Black women who do it. And I know that white women do it, possibly from experience.
That she does not have to have any other qualifications to mate with a man other than bring sex. And they have some kind of ridiculous idea that a man is supposed to house, feed, and clothe them and their children.
Yeah, that was a thing last summer, wasn't it, DiCapriono, or at some point?
Pay their bills, as they say, and do everything for them. And all they're going to bring to the table is their vagina. And so that makes it very difficult, and it confuses our men because nature made you to be attracted to us to procreate.
No. Let me tell y'all a story. Years ago, this was, maybe I was 22, 23, I was probably 23. And I hooked up with a girl, and it was actually my sister's doing. I was already in the Navy. And this girl that I dated in high school, she had run into my sister and said, "Oh, how's Stanley doing?" So my sister, wanting to express her matchmaking credentials, or her matchmaking gene, which sometimes women will do, she kind of gives her my phone number, and she called and said, "Oh, hey, I gave so-and-so your phone number." So I'm like, "Why'd you do that?" So anyway, I mean, our parents knew each other. We went to the same church. I mean, I had literally known this girl, since I was a kid. So anyway, we did kind of hook up, and we kind of did like, well, we kind of get along, maybe, marriage could be in the future. Well, she was in more of a hurry to tie the knot than I was. And so, we met up in Newport, Rhode Island, kind of had a little falling out. And then we kind of made up and, we were talking back and forth. So I wound up in Charleston to meet my first ship. It was in the yards. And, Charleston's like 50 some miles from Savannah. So one day, she came to visit me over in Charleston, and we kind of, hop into bed, and I'm thinking, hey, you know what? Let's go to town. So she literally told me, Stanley, you kind of know how I feel about this. No sex, no commitment, no sex. And I was like, what? she was down to her underwear, and we're both under the covers in bed, and she pulls that move. So you know what I did? I just said okay and turned over and went to sleep. Now it was painful. It took a lot of discipline, like, the pussy's right there next to you. And all you got to do, Stanley, is say, I commit, and you're going to get all you want. And I was not about to commit to something and lie about it. So, you know what? Next morning, she headed on back to Savannah. So, I don't think women can pull this off. They're just assuming their man or their, men are just undisciplined. Believe me, it wasn't easy, but I sent her the message. Okay, she did not get what she was looking for because I wasn't ready to give it to her. So all I have to say is get some discipline about you, and you'll survive whatever a woman can do to you easily. And as a matter of fact, you may teach them a lesson. So
to be attracted to you. We are not independently here. The egg in us would lay there forever if the man didn't fertilize the egg. The life comes from the sperm. It don't come from the egg. And so we feel that since we carry the baby, it's put in us, that gives us a greater power because we can reproduce you, but we can't reproduce you without you. So it's lopsided on that end too. But we have used sex because that's what we were taught in our ancestral slave history. That was our only value. That was the only thing we had to negotiate.
No, I
we have
hate
come full
lying.
circle, that we have produced a generation of young women who believe that their only value.
And don't get me wrong. I thought about it. I'm like, you know what? It would be easy to do and go back on it. But the problem is her parents actually did know my parents, and that was part of it. If I don't do the right thing on this could get back to my parents. So, it wasn't all just, hey, Stanley has all that discipline. It was like there would be repercussions if I, lied about it. So, it wasn't all me. I was able to think through to what could happen if I lied. And you know what? Thing is that was basically the last time I saw her. Because I deployed a couple months later. And when I came back, I did run into her mother, and she had moved on. So, because actually, after I got back from my first deployment, I'm like, well, damn, you know what? Maybe I made a mistake. She was a cute little thing. She was a registered nurse. She was actually really smart, but she was also kind of too good for me. She was a I don't know, she was a good girl. She was like wife material for sure. But even my wife, the woman I eventually married, she had a bad girl streak in her. She could, you know, she was about 90% good, but she had that 10% bad girl in her. This girl was 100% good. It's like, you know, I would feel guilty just like getting mad at her. And I wasn't going to live a life, she was Catholic, I was Catholic, and I'm not living a life where, a life of Catholic guilt. Fuck it. If I decide to get drunk and watch a football game, with the boys, I don't want to feel guilty about it. So anyway, that's probably too much of a personal story, but bottom line is women will only have power over you if you let them have power over you. Okay, if you need pussy that bad, then you are literally undisciplined. Now, I'm talking girlfriend. Now, marriage is a little bit of a different thing. I've never had that done in a marriage. But a girlfriend or even a baby mama, you know what? If you want to pull that bullshit, watch me be disciplined enough to not give you what you want. You will come to me. Your eggs will be dusty if you expect to bend me to your will. It's got to be the other way around, period.
Value is sex. So we have put your total focus and mind just on sex, because that gives us a captive audience for whatever that period of time is, where you are focused just on us and not on the other life issues that you need in order to survive and protect your family and build wealth for yourself.
Okay, let's stay there. Let's stay there for a moment, because, I've intentionally tried to prepare for this and, get your thoughts, understand your statements. And one of them was that you made a comment about the value of having face-to-face sex as opposed to what I think you characterized as some other deviant alternatives. And I'm going to tell you something. That captured my attention because I have some folks that are distant family members. And it is females that I'm talking about. And I see some of the stuff that they say publicly via Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is. And their willingness to share publicly what seems to me would be stuff, and I ain't nobody's Pollyanna, but seems to be just vulgar, rash. And their willingness to talk about it publicly.
That's all they talk about.
So you mentioned face-to-face sex versus the alternatives, and I'd like for you to say more about that here.
Well, I knew that there was something going on. See, each generation has their own trends of how they do, how they dress, how they have sex. Whatever the trend is for that particular generation, that's what they express and that's what they put out front and talk about. So I started talking to the young women and I said, what is this about that when you all are being intimate, you want to be choked, you want men to spit in your mouth, and you all knocking the women's back out and getting yourself injured and all kind of things. I said, what is that? I said, that sounds to me like hostility. We used to call that making love. You all not making no love. You making hate. I say, what is that about? And one of the young women, a college student, said to me, well, yeah, I like to be choked sometimes. Now, this is a huge leap to decide that sex, which was designed to be pleasurable to procreate, is now being used as a hostile, almost a fighting motion to being choked. how is that connected to pleasure? And I asked her that. I said, well, how did that feel good? What are you talking about? She said, well, you just like it sometimes. I want to be slapped. Yeah, it's all right. And these are so-called intelligent women. You're upward bound. I'm not talking about just somebody I found on the street. And when I listened to them, I recognized how crazy it was. So I looked into it further. And I came up on the information that humans are the only mammals that mate face to face. All of the other animals, it don't matter who it is. Yeah. And so they have taken sex and turned it into something that we wouldn't even define as sex. Now, I've been out here since 1985. That's more than most people, the young people I talk to, they weren't even born. And so they don't have certain foundational information that maybe we grew up with about the word normal or routine or basic. They don't understand those tactics. They have come up with other things. And because they don't have any cultural information to tie them to their own people or their own tribe, they're just making it up as they go, and they're getting suggestions from their music, they're getting suggestions from their movies, and they're getting it from just whatever their basic instincts are. And so this has created, they acting like animals. That ain't no sex. All of our music was a baby, I miss you. In the 60s, I love you. I want to be back with you. Come and spend time with me. We need to be together. Well, that music is that I'm going to knock your back out. Come over here and spit in my mouth. And crazy stuff that we would consider just absurd. And how does that get connected to sex? It may be something to do, but I don't think it is sexual. I think they got some other ideas that maybe haven't even been revealed yet. And so I'm sorry that that's like that, because it has robbed them of some understanding of things. But when you reject certain truths, you have nothing left but lust.
That's troubling. That's troubling. Let me ask you, one of your books, How to Tell If Your Man Is Gay or Bi. Don't answer yet, because what I want to say is give an opportunity for you to tell my viewers how they can get in touch with you, how they might be able to get some of the materials that you have, some of the books that you've written, some of just how can folks study Shahrazad Ali?
Well, part of the problems that I have had, brother, is that I'm sometimes before my time. Okay. Yeah. I came out, people can't believe that I wrote The Black Man's Guide. It was back in 1990, because it's so relevant to the day. And people are always amazed at that. They say, I can't believe it. It's like you live in the house with me. I said, no, but we all different. We're not different. We are all the same. We think we're different. And we try to pretend we're different by our clothes and our education. But we are not different, because we all have the same ancestral slave history, which put certain things in us that we haven't been able to shake off, because the first thing we have to do to shake off our ancestral slave history is get a white man back his God. And we refuse to do that. We need to give him back his name. We refuse to do that. We think these things are not important, but they didn't do anything to us that wasn't important. Everything was designed to rob us of ourselves and make them the people that are the best. When actually you are the best. We have the best man on the planet. Everybody want our man but us. And that's what it was designed to do. All of the things that have been put in us. But it's very difficult now, because we function almost as enemies. We don't function as helpmates. If a man asks a woman these days to prepare a meal, many of our women tell them, I ain't your mama. But they didn't stop eating when they was just with their mother. Food is what sustains life. We don't even teach cooking anymore. Our women don't know how to prepare a meal, how to actually cook with food. And so that's a problem, because that's a problem for your health as Black men and our children. Because what you eat generally determines what your health is going to be for the next 20, 30, or 40 years. It's what you put in your body. So preparing food is very important. But that's something that also has been kicked to the curb. We don't have people to do that. If you want to cook today, you got to go to cooking school, because you're not going to learn it at home. So anyway, but back what you were saying, it's just so many things. and I want to get different things out there because, as you said, these books are life changing, and anything that you read in them will help you change your life. It's not going to help me change mine.
So let our viewers know now, and I want to do this again because I think it's
Yeah.
important, how folks can get in touch.
Well,
or
you
get
have my
material.
QR code. Yeah, you have my QR code.
Yeah.
And you have my Cash App code for those that say they really love me. And you have my email. I'm at sistersharazadali@yahoo.com. But I don't really have to talk to everybody. I cannot talk to thousands of people a month. And everybody got a question and I don't have time. I'll starve to death, you know. But anyway, you can reach me there. And then I have a lot of other videos that people have taken and put on YouTube and Instagram and just taking snippets and clips and things. But that, you know, my books are available on Amazon and eBay. I stopped trying to do the Facebook and all of that because it just went so crazy and people would hack it every other week.
I don't,
you know, but that's how you can.
I don't want this to sound like the end of the interview because it's not. But Sister has books. The Black Guide, the Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman.
You can't tell them.
The Black Woman's Guide to Understanding the Black Man. Are you still a slave? How to tell if your man is gay. Things parents should have told you. Folks, I'm telling you, do yourself a favor and get some of this material. Now, I'm gonna leave that there. Now, we were down, and you were talking about what women aren't doing, and I went to where it says how to tell if your man is gay or bi.
Well, I had to stop production on that. I don't release that anymore because you know how the gay community is, and I didn't want that book to define me.
Yeah.
And they were jumping on that and they were going crazy and we were going through a lot. But that's a very important issue because so many now, we have young people who don't consider it being gay if a man has sex in the rectum with another man. They don't consider it being gay if a woman has sex with another woman. They'll go with a man one week and a woman the next week. So they have changed a lot of the mores of how you maintain a civilized society. And so I wanted to back out of that very gently. And so the book, How to Tell If Your Man is Gay or Bisexual, it was wonderful, but I don't print that anymore because I have other important issues. That's not what my legacy is. My legacy is trying to get us back together to have a better child and a better future.
If you would address what is so prevalent, and that is the Black man's propensity, especially notable, high-profile, wealthy celebrities, athletes, politicians, Black politician, male politician, born a man, their propensity to be so desirous of either very light-skinned women and more desirable to them, it seems, the white women. Now, I had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the studio to interview him. I was really excited about it. I had wanted to talk about his history. I've been a fan like forever.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things I wanted to ask him was what he thought. He tends to be a cerebral guy. What he thought about the issue of Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, and so many other Black folks, Hollywood celebrity, and as I said, politicians and the rest, why they choose white women. I wanted his explanation because he was one of them. He was one of them. And so I want to ask you what your thoughts are.
Well, it's a long history of desire. When your enemy is so big and you can't seem to win over him physically because he got all the guns and the weapons, the land, the power, then you try to attack what he has presented as what he values most. See, you could have children of every color across the spectrum by any woman. Doesn't matter who the woman is, what nationality she is, you are going to show up in that baby. But the white man is not like that. The only thing that can reproduce him as a 100% white man, if there's such a thing, is another 100% white woman. And so the number one, I think, recessive issue that our men have had is that if they get a white woman, that they first of all getting back at the white man because they taking his woman and doing to her the things that they did to his woman. And that if a black man is successful and he walks in a room where there are other big successful white people, and if he's in there with a sister, he'll just be recognized as the black people have showed up. But if he show up with a white woman, she's his introduction. She can get him in because she's going to get recognition. Don't matter what he's done, she's going to get the recognition first. And so that brings him in. That's the number two reason. The number three reason is that the white woman has not been through the kind of trauma that we have been through as black women. So she ain't as mad as we are. She's not as disappointed as we are. And she mad at the white man too. And so that's another one of her ways of getting him back. See, white women are easier for those black men to get along with because she is dealing with, I'm going to have a tea today. I'm going to volunteer at the art museum and all of that. Where we sitting up talking about how we going to pay the gas bill. You know, where was you at last night? I'm tired of taking the bus. You ain't being a father to your children. You know, we got a litany, a long list of excuses and assaults. And a lot of times these things are true. But because of how we present them, we don't get the outcome that we would like to have and the cooperation we would like to have, which don't have nothing to do with money, incidentally. And certainly we need money. But the things that we need to repair ourselves is not financial in regard to the man-woman relationship. But we want something that we think gives us a little bit, as I said, our men want something, and they don't care what it costs, because the white women don't necessarily like the rest of the black people, but they like the black man that's got money. And the moment that they break up, they show you who they really are. And the other bad thing about that for us is that they take their resources to the white community, because she's going to make sure that her people are taken care of. And our men don't as much make sure that we're taken care of, because when a man get married, he gets pulled to his wife's side just automatically, almost. That's just how that is, you know. And the wife has more say-so, she has more authority, and she has more pull because she's sleeping with.
That's big. That is big. I'm jumping around because I know I got a whole bunch of questions I can't get. So I'm gonna hit you with this one. You advocated that boys need to play with dolls.
Yes,
and you certainly have a thread that runs through much of what you say, where you advocate for black men being strong and for black women to support the strength of the black man. And you say boys need to be taught to play with dolls. Please explain.
Well, I think that we all slept that. You know, we have spent generations talking about we need to develop better mothers and teach motherhood. But it should be obvious to us by now that we also need to teach fatherhood. I think we had some kind of misunderstanding that men would automatically know how to be fathers and husbands. And that's not true. They went through the same purging of our identity through our ancestral slave history that's been passed down generation after generation. I think we about 18 generations up from slavery, and we still acting like slaves to each other first. And so we can't have a good mother if you got a bad father. That doesn't match. And so a lot of times we've noticed over the years that if a woman meet a man, and I've been teaching this since 1992, and she bring that man home and say, listen, I'm gonna run to the grocery store, and she might go out shopping and stay 2 or 3 hours and leave her little children there with a man she just met yesterday. She don't know nothing about him, don't even know if that's his real name. And then he do something to the children. He beat them. I'm not even talking about just sexual abuse. I mean, he beat them, he hit them with his fist, knock them down. And I also noticed that if a man's playing a video game and the little children intervene, a lot of men have killed those children, kicked them, stomped them in the stomach, knocked them out with their fists, hit them in the chest, and did a lot of things. And they don't have any self-control with dealing with children. And I figured out it's because they're not familiar with babies and little children. So while we buying the little girls dolls, because we figure they're going to grow up and be a mother, we need to get our men dolls because they're going to grow up and be a father. And they need to know how to hold a baby, how to deal with the child if it's crying. That's another time that our men have a tendency to beat the child, to thinking that that's going to make them stop crying, hit them with their fist. Is ridiculous. And so we need men who are...
I want to actually just butt in briefly here. Again, people are too willing to take exceptions and make them rules. I'm sure a lot of what's going on here, that she's describing has happened and does happen, but to pretend like this is pervasive, and everyone does it, I think there's a better way to state this instead of pretending that, this is ubiquitous. I have huge problems in this notion that, oh, you know what I mean, Stanley. Fuck no. I'm a literal person. If you are going to get all loud and hot and heated and all serious, I'm assuming what you're saying is serious, and I'm not going to read between the lines. I might ask you a question like, do you mean all people? But I think that these anti-blacks and Scheherazade Ali, all these people who are so willing to be cultural critics, they're really either not articulate or they actually believe that all black people are like this, and they need to stop it.
Familiar also. So when they get to playing house, let him play the daddy and let her play the mama and let him change the baby diaper, let him pat the baby on the back and do all the things that you would do with a little child so that they are more familiar with that role instead of thinking that's just something that women do. And I think that would also help them not be so susceptible to walking away from their children and acting like that didn't even happen because they don't have any connection to a baby and their life and what their needs are. So yeah, we need to let our boys play with dolls so they'll know how to handle and deal with a baby and how to be fathers. We need to teach motherhood and fatherhood.
Should those, because one would say, if you teach a little boy to play with dolls, then you are leading him towards femininity and homosexuality. So my question there is, should they be boy dolls? Should they be? Because I understand what you're saying. I understand the value and the importance of socializing a young man, a young boy, how to treat a baby tenderly and children tenderly. I definitely understand that.
Yes. I think that's a misnomer. I think we have some confusion about that because we have boys who were raised up with football players and construction workers, and they still turn out to be gay if that's their idea. Plus, don't forget this. We can never leave this out. We have had 400 and some odd years of a bad diet, bad water, bad medications. And so it's very possible that we have been given different chemicals in our body that have tended to change our identities and change our feelings and change our hormones that create people who want to be somebody other than themselves, because that's all the options that we've had. We've mimicked everybody.
Hey, Lou, the manosphere having a problem with what any woman says. She could basically say almost anything in the quote manosphere would have a problem with what she just said. I have a problem with what she just said, but for different reasons. I mean, a lot of people grow up with brothers and sisters, even in a single mother household or a single parent household. Um, I don't know. Maybe I'm not the best person to talk about this because my brother was 13 years younger. So I already knew how to change a diaper. There are a lot of things because literally I think I was in the 8th grade going to 9th grade when he was born. So I knew a lot of the basics, but I was going to well, that's because Kevin Samuels, they adore her because she is hard on women. But when she goes in on men, I bet they just ignore that. Of course, I've heard Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels was kind of her disciple. And Kevin Samuels could be hard on men too, but nowhere near as hard on men as he was on women. But let me tell you something. And this is going to segue when I say that the manosphere has more problems with what she might say about boys playing with dolls. Manosphere, and maybe certain parts of the manosphere, they've got huge fucking problems. I listened to BGS yesterday, and I was going to show a portion because he reviewed a Lady Boulay video, and he had huge problems with her video. However, he was kind of talking past the video. She wasn't exactly talking about what he was responding with. But I also listened to Hood Servative yesterday talk about Tommy Curry. And I don't know whether Hood Servative was lurking in the weeds or in the bushes, but somehow or another, he wound up reviewing the same clip that I reviewed yesterday. And the only reason I found that clip, it wasn't like floating around in the algorithm. I went looking for a Tommy Curry video because I talked about the man not. But anyway, listening to Hood Servative talk or react to that Tommy Curry interview, I was stunned. I had a few pithy comments to put into the chat, but like, dude, I won't even bother like, engaging with Hood Servative anymore. He's not up to the task. He is literally not up to the task. So, I don't want to pick on my lessers, but I was disappointed. Maybe that's what I should just say. Dude he just went off into left field. And I think what it is, for some reason or another, the anti-blacks and the anti-blacks who are in the manosphere, they just have a problem with books all of a sudden. Like, when people start going, well, Stanley, you probably would want to quote a book. Yeah, fuck yeah, I would. There's not a goddamn thing wrong with reading books. I think the opposite is true. If you want to base everything on what you see and what you think, then you're basically a moron. Okay, books are there for a reason, and they have been around for hundreds, for centuries. And I don't think it's a badge of honor not to have a thing against books and academics and stuff. It's this anti-black conservative, they have bought into American anti-intellectualism, and MAGA is particularly bad about it. And it's also really bad when people who are Harvard educated who want to talk about, how bad books are. Well, fuck, how did you get through Harvard? I know you read a book or two. So in my opinion, they're being hypocritical. And I think they're also being manipulative for people who may or may not, be into books. And, books are knowledge. As a matter of fact, the name of the show, Knowledge is Cower. It's like these people, like if you know something, these people are afraid of going and reading a book. They're cowards. If you are literally a coward, if you're just like using YouTube videos as your main source for critiquing for culture critique. And you know what? I don't care who I talk to. You go in on me about reading books all you want. I'm just going to shit on you every chance I get. You will not, shame me for reading a book. I will shame you for not reading a book. So, that's how I feel about it. Dude, I like taking off my gloves. Come up here with that anti-intellectual bullshit. There is such a thing as pseudo intellectualism, and there are people, you can't just keep your nose in a book and think every answer is in a book. But I'm old enough now where I have experience and I've spent, a life reading books. You use whatever, you want to have several tools in your toolbox, right tool for the right job. Bottom line is that telling me, well, Stanley, you got that from a book, doesn't hurt my feelings at all. I'm going to ask you, well, why didn't you get it from a book? When you throw out some cockamamie idea, if I go, hey, where'd you get that from? Citation needed. Don't tell me that, oh, I saw it just look at a YouTube video. Fuck that. YouTube isn't a book. Now, sometimes, and again, speaking of which, usually I'll have a bunch of links in the show notes. So, by the way, if anybody ever wants to click a link and do further research or anything like that, feel free to click one of the links in the show notes. But anyway, I kind of got off on a diatribe. But yeah, the manosphere has more problems than what Shahrazad Ali might say about boys playing with dolls. In my opinion, the manosphere is tore up from the floor up. They could literally do with some intellectualism because, they're just a bunch of, well, I don't know what to call them, a bunch of Philistines, to be honest. So anyway, Hood Servative, like I said, watching his show and his live react to Tommy Curry's interview, it was painful to watch. I'm like, God damn, this dude, it's got to be performance art, but I don't care whether it's performance art or not. It was like, damn, I don't need to engage with this dude anymore because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just going off of. As a matter of fact, I made the comment. It was emotional. It was like a woman, being pissy at what Tommy Curry was saying. It's the people who find so much fault with black women and women in general are the ones who tend to act most like women. And that's always pretty amazing as well.
Everybody. We've tried, used to call it talking white. We have tried to be white people, we have tried to be Asian. We have tried to be almost everybody because we don't know who we should be because we, as even our black historians, we can't agree on the history.
Luke, no, I have no clue. What do you mean by first man? First man? You mean Adam? I have no idea what you're talking about. Just kind of clarify it for me.
But if that's the case, when your man grow up and be a father, he don't turn gay because he changed his baby diaper or because he pat him on the back. But that's among civilized men. But men who have been raised by women and who have a feminine attitude and who have a feminine emotional aspect in them, they are not going to learn how to do those things. They're not going to switch manhood. They just automatically have the female mechanism. See, as women, we have to remember, we talk more with our eyes with a child than with our mouth. They can look in our face and tell how we really feel, no matter what we're saying out of our mouth. They know us. They've been looking in our face since they were born, and they know our emotions. And men will mimic that if that's all he's around. That's what they'll do.
Please unpack this for me. Chris Rock is on the stage. He makes a joke about Jada Pinkett. Will Smith gets up, marches.
Okay, so Lou, why are you when you say you people? Who's the you people? I don't agree with everything she says. She said the black man was the first man. I don't know that that's true. I guess she's kind of being rhetorical there. So you people is what threw me. I don't agree with everything she says. I do agree with some things she says. So you'll have to ask the people you're like, whoever the you is. I'm not one of them, so I can't really answer your question about the why of it.
Marches up, slaps him in the face. Some people opine that part of where that came from was the fact that Jada Pinkett had what she called an entanglement with her son's friend who was about the same age.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Well, that's another problem that we have in not having proper standards. We don't have boundaries anymore. We don't have boundaries for senior citizens. You know, it used to be that old people and babies were the protected species. Everybody respected them. You could be someplace and somebody curse and somebody else will tell them, man, don't be cursing in front of her. Don't be cursing in front of that woman, that sister, that grandma, or whatever. And if it's a baby, people back up and let the woman run through with the baby stroller or something. Well, see, we don't live like that anymore because it was not taught. You have to be taught everything. We think we're getting it from ourselves, but we're not. All of the evil that we practice, we learned it. We were programmed for it. We were taught it. And until now, it's even a mental illness in that sense. But there were just no boundaries. And in a lot of situations, we have women
I got
going
you.
with their daughter's man. We have daughters who are going with their mother's man.
It's just a way that people, you know, they believe what they believe. I mean, she's probably a little bit, I think she's Nation of Islam or some excuse me, some form of it. And she is, you know, kind of reminiscent of a Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. So she's probably somewhat of a black supremacist. That's the only reason I can think of. But, you know, maybe one of these days we'll be in a position to ask her directly, why does she think that? But I bet she'll have a pithy answer.
Man, this is the kind of ignorance that we are practicing. And when I say ignorance, I don't mean dumb. I mean to ignore the truth. That in every civilization, you have to have certain standards to maintain civilization. It's not willy-nilly. You can't do everything. There is no freedom without responsibility. Nobody can just go around doing anything and think everything is going to turn out all right. It doesn't work that way.
Got to have guard posts, got to have some barriers.
You got to have some rules. You got to have something that that has to be your standard that is civilized. Our children don't know what civilized means. A lot of our grandchildren certainly don't. And I've looked at that. You remember when our people started getting mixed up about what respect was? Instead of respect being dignified and honoring people, not cursing or acting savage around people, not talking bad and cursing out adults and teachers and everything. Instead of it being that, respect got to be, don't step on my shoe. You got to respect me. Don't lean on my car. Respect my car. And respect turned into being something that was physical instead of something that you actually practice to keep a certain standard of behavior, maintain, and to keep civilization. The purpose of education is to civilize people. And the fact that the public school education has been going down the drain for the past 30 years, and that's when they took home economics out of the school and they took shop out for the boys. When they took those things out, then we don't have any standard to civilize our people. And I say all the time, we are the only people in America or in any foreign country who turn their children over to the enemy and educate them. Of course, they're going to miseducate them. Why wouldn't they? They want to keep us slaves. They want to keep using us as a tool. They want to keep control of our men, and they want to use us to do it. And that's what we don't recognize. The white man don't think the black man is better than you. He don't think that the black woman is better than you. That's what I mean. He don't think we good. He don't think we so great. But if he can use us to hold you down and to destroy the little bit of ego you got left, then that's what he'll do. And that's where all that nonsense comes from, that we the backbone of the black community. There's no other community in America where they point at the woman and say she is the backbone of the community. The white woman knows she ain't the backbone of the white community. She knows she not, and she stay in her lane most of the time and just do what she's allowed to do. Every advancement that they claim that they have given us that we think we earned, we ain't earned nothing. Because white men decide every law and every rule in America. They're going to decide what you can do and what you can't do. So if they can use us to keep our children dumb, to keep our man under our thumb, to keep his mind on sex instead of building and trying to do something for himself, we are just a nation and a nation like every other nationality in this country. But we are the most dependent people here in this country. Because we got convinced, as I said, that integration would solve all of our problems and everything would eventually level out. Well, it hasn't leveled out. It's more bumpy than it's ever been. And we are losing everything that we thought, as I said, we had gained. We are still a dependent slave in this country. Us doing something for ourselves does not mean that we are seceding or separating from this country. And I always use the food as an example. The Africans, the Asians, the Italians, the Latinos, the Arabs, don't matter who it is, they all have a food path. They have food in their stores that they have imported in. They have food in their stores that they raised on a farm somewhere. They have stores with food and cans that we can't even read the language, but it's for them. We don't have a food path. If we don't get our food from the white man.
Okay. While what she's stating is right, I'm trying to figure out what does she expect. We do have soul food restaurants, but Aramio say Frimpong, I think it was him, but makes a good point in that immigrants, say from Asia or Africa, they come here with an intact culture. Okay, if you come from Nigeria, you come here with Nigerian baggage, for better or for worse. Black Americans, legacy Black Americans with deep American roots are not immigrants. We were brought here and we have evolved with this country. And for a good portion of that history, we were oppressed. So, you know, our foodways, and she obviously, she doesn't eat pork. She makes a big production out of that. But I literally can walk in there. There are African or Black American foodways. I personally have a couple cookbooks, Gullah cookbooks and stuff like that. I'm literally, my mother's side of the family, I say it a bunch of times, from the Sea Islands of South Carolina. Oh, they have their own cooking. Okay, okra came from Africa. Several other things came from Africa and were introduced to America. Rice, introduced to America. So there is some heritage that we don't have food stores with, you know, we, the only culture that legacy Black Americans know of is American culture. And our exposure to African American culture for a bunch of our history was as second class citizens, if we were considered citizens at all. So I know what she's saying, and it sounds good, but it's not well thought out. And, you know, people need to learn to tell the difference between the truth and an exaggerated truth. Okay, nothing she's saying is wrong, but it's kind of out of context. And I think even people like Shahrazad Ali and a lot of these public figures, they depend on, just like the white man in her mind is, you know, wanting our kids to be dumb. I suspect, and I kind of, you know, just from the couple interviews I've heard here recently, she thinks Black people are dumb. Integration, and I agree with her point about integration. We kind of took it for granted and kind of got lured into it or lulled into it instead of paying attention. But even that is not 100%. You know, but it might be more exception, you know, people who were kind of aware with what integration was doing, especially to Black kids. My parents, for instance, were very aware. As a matter of fact, my mother, or maybe it was my father, or maybe both, used to say that integration was probably one of the worst things to happen to Black kids. She would also say, and it was definitely my father would say this, you can't do everything the white kids do. So that you can't do everything that the white kids do is an acknowledgement that integration wasn't all it was cracked up to be. There are people who were able to navigate around the pratfalls or the pitfalls of integration. Not everybody was. I would argue that, you know, there's some people who grew up in the inner cities who weren't equipped to know, you know, what the good parts of integration were versus the parts to be avoided. So she's presenting it as a simple truth. I'm saying it is not as simple as she presents it, and what she's doing is exaggerating. And she's also depending on her audience really not being that well versed in American culture or American history or anything like that. Let's see. There is a food special on Netflix that goes, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, if you find that title, I'll definitely watch it. But I mean, we literally used to go over to St. Helena Island every weekend to visit my mother's my mother's aunt, my great aunt. And oh yeah, there were gullah restaurants. There was a whole food culture in the Sea Islands of South Carolina um, that maybe she doesn't know. I don't know where she's from. I suspect she's from a northern city, maybe. But anyone from the South knows that Blacks have been, you know, they may not have brought everything over from Africa, but there are certain things that did come over from Africa. Growing up, for instance, Savannah red rice is something that my mother used to make. It is a form, okra, tomatoes, and rice. It is a form of jollof. Not exactly the same. It wasn't anywhere near as spicy. Not the same, but it is kind of like an American South version of what, you know, is West African. So there are things that survive, but you know, the thing is that legacy Black Americans, their culture is American or a derivative of it, you know, people might say. But no, an immigrant fresh off the boat, for all intents and purposes, is still Nigerian or, wherever it is they come from. And they have to assimilate into American culture. And it usually takes a couple generations to even do that. So she's been a little simple about it.
Man, we don't have no food. We don't understand that because we think
We don't have no
feed
food.
us and give us food stamps. But we don't have a food path. See, if the white man don't feed those nationalities I just listed, they have a place to get their food. They can still bring their food in if they got to bring it in on horseback. They can do those things. But we don't have anywhere to get.
As a matter of fact, John and I, about 3 or 4 months ago, on one of these morning shows, got to talking about how blacks in the South have a tradition of going out and hunting food or fishing for it. I don't agree with, much of what she's saying at all. You know, there are people, black farmers in the South. I don't know. I don't think she's quite right with this, and I think she's just kind of getting, revved up here. But I'm just not convinced that what she's saying is anywhere near true, or parts of it are. But you almost have to cherry pick through it to figure out what's good and what's bad.
Get food. The only food, and they can control us with the food. They do control us with the food by teaching our women to just buy junk food as quicker and not to prepare proper nutrition for our family. They're controlling us with food now.
And your position would be that is intentional. That is that's another form of oppression.
Yes.
Okay. I gotta ask you about then, because as you're saying that.
Well, I also want to say, I don't like the way she's positioning black people as this powerless. I don't agree with that at all. So, but she is 71. I looked it up this morning. She's 71. So, she's a Be Braves generation. And I think there may be some things that she needs to catch up on. But black people being powerless in 2025, not all of us are. And I'm going to argue that most black people, most legacy black Americans, are not as powerless as she's making us out to be.
And it's simply a reality. It makes me think about a slightly built man who some say had a speech impediment, but who communicated a vision for the lost found nation in America, whatever. But it's like you are expressing a multitude of issues and have done so. And it's like the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad seem to address all of what you're talking about. There's the argument. I think the argument can be made that aside from the onslaught of racist propaganda and character assassination, that Elijah Muhammad can be viewed as if not the one of the most important black people that have ever walked the grounds of the United States.
That's true. And if we had been able to have the strength to continue on with the programs that he had for us and designed for us, which was actually first to clean up ourselves, to get our dignity back and do something for ourselves, respect our women, be parents to our children, and be able to feed ourselves. It's a very basic need. If we had stuck with that instead of ego growing, we would have been in a better condition today. He gave us a demonstration of what having your own strip malls, of what having your own farms, your cannery factories, your airlines, your schools, all kinds of things. He showed us this how you do it. You can do it. It's not impossible. Everybody else is doing it. So you can have some control over your destiny. And if we had stayed with that, then we certainly would be in a better position today, where it's almost like we have regressed.
Are you familiar with the intense rivalry between black men and women today on social media platforms?
Yeah. Yes, I am. And it's very sad. As I said, that's one of the things I think that we as black women have done to contribute to that. I didn't think I would ever live to see a day when adult black women, we're not talking teenagers, would go on the Instagram or the Facebook and put their naked behind to the camera for the whole world to see. Because this is an insult to all of us as black women, because people from all over the world, which is what the technology allows, look at that and think that that's the black woman in America. And they think that all of us are like that. So they come here already disrespecting us. And that's another reason I'm concerned about these immigrants coming here. A Mexican hate a black man more than he hates the Klan. I would rather have the Klan come in than the Mexicans, because they hate you. And the problem with that also is that our women are not going to let no men show up that they don't go and have sex with and start having a bunch of half-breed children. It's not going to happen. So when those men get here, our women are going to start mating with them, and probably our men are going to mate with the women. So we keep doing things to wipe our own self out. And that's unfortunate that we tend to do that. And people say what I talk is old school. Now, what I'm talking is what's going on now. This has not expired. I wish it would. I didn't make this up. This is actually going on. These are the things that are happening in America today that are damaging our image worldwide. And it makes you look like you don't have no control over your women, because we're out there doing any and everything. But they keep that nonsense up online. As I said again, you don't see a bunch of white women on there talking about their man and going back and forth. And what you see is us. And the black man who has been, as we know, infiltrated with ideas of being feminine. He don't have to be gay to be feminine, okay? Because he's been raised by a woman and he act like her. And so we out there fighting, as I said again, we arguing with another woman instead of another man, because a man is not going to participate in that with a woman, because he know how women are, and he knows it's how you start out with them, how they're going to act. But our men are dealing with the double whammy. They haven't been taught manhood. They've been taught how to survive, maybe in how to live and eat and dress or something, but they haven't been taught manhood. So whatever they're doing, they're thinking it up in their head. They're looking at videos, or they watching somebody else that's the same age as them. And so we need new teachers. We can't have new teachers until we have new schools. We can't have a school that white people control and teach them the truth. They're not going to allow that.
That makes me ask you, come back to this. One of your books, Are You Still a Slave? Your byline there says, recovering from post-traumatic stress, recovering from post-traumatic stress, the post-traumatic stress of slavery. Can you
I think
what you talking about, Willis?
I think all of us have post-traumatic stress. All of us got post-traumatic stress. We don't know how to always identify it. But that's what, as I said, that one book, Are You Still a Slave, is very enlightening. Now, of course, the Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman, every black man need a copy of that and pass it on to his son so that he can have a heads up before he gets out here and try to mate. We don't know how to mate. Where would we learn it from? We don't know how to parent. Where would we learn it from? If we didn't come up with older people who pass down information that our people will listen to. But our people, our children have been taught to disregard what we say. They taught them that on television when they start letting the children talk back to their parents and curse their parents out and make demands of their parents. That was taught.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
Felt we didn't have any.
I can attest to that because I get all kinds of boomer and all kinds of insults on this fucking channel.
Control over the television dial, like we don't have no control over the cell phones. They've made those things dangerous because there are many cases where if a parent take away that cell phone, the child burn the house down or kill the parents. This is how addictive they've made this stuff to us. And the cell phones have broke up more relationships than we can think of because people find them. They find out that their man or their woman is with somebody else. It creates a big problem. They have a big fight. Sometimes they kill each other with that. So this stuff has been detrimental for us. It has not been beneficial.
Okay, I was talking about recovering from post-traumatic stress, and I think this delves into it. And I'm responding to what you just said. I went to an all-segregated Black elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
So left the 6th grade. Went to junior high school to an integrated school. It was when I was in the 8th grade that I had turned 14 before I had heard, I lived in a Black community. I was 14 before I had heard a child cuss his parent.
Right.
One of my teammates, the pitcher on my team, his dad said something to him of encouragement. He told him to go to hell and used every other F-bomb that he could think of. It shocked the hell out of me that Black kids did not talk to Black parents that way.
No.
Did we do like Martin Luther King said that he was afraid of? We integrated into a burning house.
Yeah. Well, he didn't have to tell people like me that because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had already told us about that. And he gave us standards and a way of life to replace the slave masters' ideas. And so we didn't have children that were behaving like that when they're young. But they have grown up now, our children and grandchildren, and got into this world since we didn't prepare another world for them. And now they're doing many of those same things. But we were always more civilized than them.
Dolomite, the reason I Lou, the reason I mentioned Bakari Sellers is I recently read his memoir. So I'd forgotten you were from South Carolina. So he's from that Denmark, South Carolina. I think he is actually from Denmark or thereabouts. But Dolomite, you make a joke, but actually she's not far off. When my parents, when I was growing up, they would often tell me, hey, you're not going to be able to get away with what the white kids in your school get away with. Also, I can give you, at least one or two stories where, people, Black kids from my neighborhood, who went to my Catholic school, they do shit that white kids would be doing, and the white kids would get away with it, and they would wind up in trouble. So I'm 60, you're younger, so you may not have this frame of reference, but don't make light of it. Integration, it's one of the few things that I'll actually agree with anti-Blacks on. Integration was not the best thing, but I frame it like Aramiyose Frimpong. We integrated on our knees in a state where we were kind of depending and trusting. We were too trusting with it in retrospect. And we should have, I don't know that it was possible, but, it would have been better to have come into integration from a position of power some way. So his point is we integrated, but we integrated on our knees, where they were closing our schools and they were busing us. And I'm thinking of Boston back in the early 70s, in Wilmington, Delaware, where Joe Biden got into the whole busing thing. Busing black kids from the hood to these white schools was not the best thing. We could have lived without busing, I think. So anyway, let us continue this wonderful video.
Them. Remember, we came from a civilized area. East and West Africa. We came from more civilized areas. These beasts came out of the caves and hillsides of Europe. And just like the
Well, let me stop it once again.
They're sending
Boomer kids sound like they embraced rebellion and never looked back. Well, those boomers are like, older than me. I'm right on the edge between Generation X and the boomer generation. The older boomers would be like, be brave. I'm not sure what rebellion you're talking about. You're talking about the 60s? Boomers sound like they embraced rebellion. You'd have to expand on that. It doesn't make sense to me there, Webster. Let's see. I don't agree with what he's. I don't follow. There's some. Oh, well, both of these two Dolomite are just kind of being dramatic here. They're just, I guess they're being performative, but I'm having problems with some of what Shahrazad is saying. And I'm just ignoring Rock.
Every pedophile, every robber, every killer, every anybody that's doing anything bad, they're emptying out their country and sending them over here. Well, that's out of their playbook. This is what they've always done. But we have always been civilized. We are the most conservative people in America. We really, if anybody was going to be with the party of Lincoln, it should have been us. Because we are more conservative than the people that we have produced, because we allowed them to be in.
Again, she's mostly right, but the part blacks would probably be all well, you know what? The reason blacks aren't into the Republican Party is because they embrace racists. And that's the bottom line. They're not going to toss an Alex Jones or a Nick Fuentes out of the party. They're going to invite them down to Mar-a-Lago for dinner. Or someone like what's his name? Kanye. That's why blacks don't vote more Republican. We just don't want to be, voting with racists. And they're racists in the Democratic Party, but they're not quite as demonstrative. They're more covert. But and to be honest, I'm not sure that I agree. I know blacks are the most conservative in the Democratic Party, but I suspect there's some Republicans who are to the right of conservative blacks. You mean they already vote Republican? Nowhere near a majority votes Republican. They would have bigger numbers. Like even Trump this year, Richard Nixon still has the record for the largest black vote for a Republican. And we're talking back in, I think it was 72 that he set that record. It was like over 20% of blacks voted for Nixon. No Republican has come near that. And I've told the story about why blacks were voting Republican up until about 19. until the 1960s. One of the reasons, and there were actually 2 or 3 things in the 60s that happened to make blacks vote solidly Democratic. One of them was, and you'll read this in Jonathan Ives' biography of Martin Luther King. Well, Martin Luther King was in jail in Alabama, I believe it was. And it was back in like 1960. Kennedy was running against Richard Nixon. And basically, both campaigns were like, well, actually, funny enough, the Republicans actually had a really good chance at keeping blacks in the Republican Party or getting more of a black vote, because well, basically, Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King Sr. wound up voting for Kennedy. And they were Nixon men. They were going to vote for Nixon. But Martin Luther King being in jail, they asked for Richard Nixon to intercede. Like, hey, can you intercede and, get Martin Luther King out of jail? Well, Nixon basically, hesitated and didn't want to do it. Kennedy did. So Kennedy wound up getting Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King Sr.'s vote. And that was the beginning of the major shift of blacks into the Democratic Party. And then the next thing that happened was Barry Goldwater, running against Johnson, wouldn't support the Civil Rights Movement. The Civil Rights Act of 64. So those are 2 events right then and there. And then Richard Nixon running in 68, I think it was 68, with that Southern strategy bullshit. So those are 3 events right there that kind of sealed the deal. So I think that blacks would actually be in a better position if the black vote was more a wild card between Democrats and Republicans. But I kind of feel the same way. Republicans, MAGA this time in particular, too racist. So if you want the black vote, maybe put some qualified blacks into your cabinet. The one black person in his cabinet is basically doing what Ben Carson did over at Housing and Urban Development, which is kind of like the black cabinet position, apparently, in the Trump administration. The urban development part, where they're running Section 8 housing and stuff like that. Apparently only a black person can do that, even if that black person is a brain surgeon. So that's not going to win black votes, quite frankly. But, that's me and my politics. I'm sure there will be people who disagree. A picture of MLK and his wife, Nixon, in South Africa. Yeah. And MLK didn't vote for him. And they were going to. They were Nixon men. MLK and MLK Sr. Embracing their new communist religion makes no sense. I saw you over there on Hood Conservative, his little review of Tommy Curry's interview. So this thing about communist religion, that doesn't surprise me. If they never went full commie, they would be. Who are you talking about? Martin Luther King? You know what? And the Republicans will continue to openly embrace racists so they don't get my vote. maybe Webster, you didn't hear, probably the only Republican I would vote for without thinking much about it, and it would depend on who he was running against, is Brian Kemp in Georgia. I think he's a good man, and he's a Republican, and I would definitely consider voting for him just because I think he's a good man. So maybe you get some more good men who are not racist or openly hug and invite racists to dinner, and maybe you'll get my vote.
Infiltrated and around all kinds of filth and ignorance that these other people practice. There was a time when you didn't have a black serial killer. There was a time when you didn't have black children chopping off their mama's head. You didn't have black children shooting their father. We didn't practice a lot of that, although it was practiced in these other communities. We didn't do it. But as a result of that's why we have to have separation, because we have to be removed from the kind of evil and filth that's practiced here so we can get back to ourselves. We are living other than ourselves. And
disagree, SKC.
We keep trying to normalize it and act like this is just how it is. It's only how it is because we are allowing it to be that way, because we're not willing to make the kind of sacrifices that are required to get our future generations in order. I could look at a great-great-granddaughter of mine and wonder, who is she going to marry? Where's the black man going to come from? It don't matter who it is. Whatever come out here, they all got to come through our womb. We got to birth it and teach it and raise it up. There ain't no magic in it. You're not going to just be born in America and know how to act. We see how people in America act. And we act like, as I said, we don't have any control. We just floating around doing anything, accepting anything. And that brings us back to that topic you had about, can a woman raise a black man? The answer is no. We can feed him and clothe him, give him a place to live and take care of him, but we cannot raise a black man because we can't teach him how to stand, how to sit, how to handle his emotions, how to process them, how to behave, and how to protect himself. We put our men out here, our boys, vulnerable because we have refused to tell him who his open enemy is. We have made him vulnerable to anybody can kill him and do anything to him because we have told him that he's equal. We have not told him that there's some people out here that want to kill you every day, and that any opportunity you give them, they're going to do it. We didn't teach them that because we thought integration would solve that. We didn't tell him, be careful of them. They're not your friend. You can interact with them and, of course, be civilized, but don't think that they're your friend. And of all the things you do, don't go marry your enemy's daughter. Don't bring that into our bloodline. We didn't tell our boys none of that. And so they out here doing anything, thinking it's just natural. Our children, just like many of us do, two things we're doing wrong. We think good sex means love. That's one thing. And the second thing is that we think that love is a disease. You catch love. I can't help it. I just love him. I just fell in love with him. That's not true. Love is a decision. You can decide you love somebody, but they can do something and you decide, I don't love them no more. We know it's a decision. Yeah, I hate him, in fact. It's not a disease. We have control over that. We think attraction is love. It's just all mixed up. And we're getting old. I'm getting old. We have not, you were talking about the school you went to. We have not produced a sensible black leader who is for us since integration. Pick him out. Tell me who he is. He certainly ain't Barack Obama. He was the worst black president or white president we've ever had for black people. So it wasn't him. We have not had a good black leader since integration started. Because you can't produce a good black leader in a white womb. You can't do it. You put a child in a mixed school. I got two sisters who put their children in those white schools where you pay high tuition because they thought they would get a better education. Both of them today got two white girls pregnant.
Okay.
That's what we got. That's what we pay for.
By the authority invested in me today on this show, I am going to proclaim you to be Queen Shahrazad Ali. And as queen, I am going to ask you to speak to your subjects, first to the black man and then to the black woman. Just give them one piece of advice each, because I would ask you a whole bunch of stuff, but time prevents that. So Queen Shahrazad Ali, speak to your male subject and your female subject.
I certainly will. I think for our women, we do have a lot of courage and we have a lot of strength. We can do anything. We are the most beautiful woman on the planet. Don't let anybody reduce us to just being a sexual object for anybody. That's not all we are. So when a man asks you, what do you bring to the party? You figure out how to tell him, I can sew a button on. I can plan a dinner party. I can fix a delicious meal. I can help you keep your clothes and house clean. I can raise civilized children that you'll be proud of. And I can act like a lady when I go out. I don't have to take my clothes off to be beautiful. And for our men, I would tell you the first thing is to be in charge of your own fertility. You make sure that you do something to keep from just spreading your seed around in places that you don't know how it's going to turn out. That's you in the future. You don't have to claim it. It's still you. Somebody's going to claim it somewhere. You are the first man on the planet that God created. He didn't make all of the other nationalities and then make you. He made you first. You are the greatest man on the earth. You have lost your way because of your open enemy. But you can get that information back. You don't have to join nothing. You ain't got to contribute to nothing. You can go study up enough.
What's up, badass?
So that you can be the man that God designed you to be. You are in the image of God. Every time you look at a black man, it might be the closest to God we ever get. So that's who we need. We need you to step up and for you to put some standards on your women. If your woman come outside naked, tell her to go put some clothes on or leave her where she is. She's putting your life in danger and is setting a bad example for your sons. So that would be my only little message,
Well,
right?
I'll tell you what, I appreciate all that you have said. And I want to invite those who are watching, subscribe to our channel, look and find Miss Ali's information. I said earlier, and I'm going to say it again. I think it could make your black life better. And for if any white folks out there looking, it'll give you some understanding also.
Right.
So
I ain't teach them. They got the truth.
Thank you so much. I have so much more, which means we got to do this again.
Yeah, we maybe can do a part 2 next summer or something.
Might not be that long. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day and enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me. I've always cared about you and I have enjoyed this, and you're a great host, and I appreciate everything you do to help our people.
Thank you. Folks, that's our show for today. Subscribe to the channel, like, I'd love to hear your comments. I'd love to read your comments. We're going to wrap it. Have a great life.
All right, well, agree or disagree, she is quite a character. So let's see. This was an interesting comment. This fascination with putting crowns on women's heads is pathetic. Who's putting crowns on women? You're the same color as Rock Newman. Is it funny? Let's see, what else? Yeah, all these people wondering about Rock Newman's color. Wow. Aren't we racial this morning? So by special request, CKJ, are you still here? Webster, I don't take people as seriously as you and that hood conservative crowd does. Yeah, being nice to a woman isn't necessarily putting a crown on her head. Um, anytime a woman gets a compliment, that hood conservative crowd just goes nuts. So I understand why you might comment like that. I just don't think it's that big a deal that, whatever Rock Newman said, he said it. I will agree or disagree silently. Yeah, it's actually a really good book. I highly recommend it, SKC. Charles and I did a show about it a while back. So it's probably out on the Internet Archive or something. You might be able to just get a free copy. Let's see. Free Zone says half of what she's talking about was against the white man. So yeah, Rock's race is relevant. Nah, I don't think it's that relevant. If he was offended, Free Zone, he would have said something, don't you think? Okay, good. Yeah, I'll go ahead and play Johnson's speech. Oh, did he? He literally said she was a queen. He wasn't just being nice. You know what? I didn't know you could read Rock Newman's mind. So I just assumed calling her a queen was actually being nice. I was wondering if, man, all you guys are just so racial this morning. What gives? Are y'all racists? What does it matter? He said somebody said he's 20%. He did a DNA test. He's 20% black, but he's culturally black. And people have talked about mixed race and all this stuff. You know what? I get bored with that shit. So y'all just talk in the chat amongst yourselves about this. And I'll go ahead and start this. Let's see. Ooh, that's loud. Excuse me. By the way, this is from the Texas State, like they've got a video archive or something that I actually just subscribed to. So this is basically straight from Texas. I don't know if they have a version of the National Archives or something like that, but you'll see the little Texas flag film clip thing in the corner. Right here. Pretty cool.
Dr. Maywood, on behalf of all the faculty at College University, I have the honor to present the President of the United States, Lyndon Baines Johnson, to the
Lyndon Baines Johnson, we pay tribute to you today for what you are, for what you have done for our country, and for mankind and for what you propose to do. On this occasion, however, we wish especially to express our gratitude, which is also that of the nation, for confronting us in these uneven and swiftly changing times with the challenge of the Great Society. You have not only challenged us with this concept, this ideal, but you are spending your days and nights to see that it is translated into law through one act of Congress after another. And you are bending your vast energies to make this ideal the ideal of every American man and woman. For you understand that its realization in the final analysis rests upon a dedication to it by the heart of the nation. You have called us to the ideal of the Great Society. From what you are and from what you propose, we are certain you have in mind also what some would call the Good Society. We know you desire, with the abolishment of physical material poverty, a massive stride toward the abolishment of the poverty of the spirit. When you call for voting rights on equal terms for all our citizens, you foresee an upsurge of moral responsibility across our land. When you demand fair housing, you dream of the effect upon character by improved surroundings, upon the character of the parents and upon the character of the children for generations to come. You ask not simply for better houses, but for better homes. When you call for civil rights for all Americans, you see a transformation in American character, where race or color, previous conditions shall no longer determine one's judgment, but rather whether judgment will be on the basis of our common heritage as children of the same Father. We cannot sleep for pondering the dream to which you have awakened us. Compassion for the poor, the weak, the disinherited. A land where another's welfare becomes as important to us as our own. A beautiful land, along and beyond the highways in every corner of our great throbbing cities. You dream of a just, a free and humane society. Lyndon Baines Johnson, for this and much more we thank you. And now by vote of the Board of Trustees of Howard University, speaking for the entire university community, I hereby confer upon you the honorary degree of Doctor of Laws with all the rights, privileges, and responsibilities pertaining thereto. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Dr. Nabrith, my fellow Americans, I am delighted at the chance to speak at this important and this historic institution. Howard has long been an outstanding center for the education of Negro Americans. Its students are of every race and color, and they come from many countries of the world. It is truly a working example of democratic excellence. Our earth is the home of revolution. In every corner of every continent, men charged with hope contend with ancient ways in the pursuit of justice. They reach for the newest of weapons to realize the oldest of dreams, that each may walk in freedom and pride, stretching his talents, enjoying the fruits of the earth. Our enemies may occasionally seize the day of change, but it is the banner of our revolution they take. And our own future is linked to this process of swift and turbulent change in many lands in the world. But nothing in any country touches us more profoundly, and nothing is more freighted with meaning for our own destiny than the revolution of the Negro American. In far too many ways, American Negroes have been another nation, deprived of freedom, crippled by hatred, the doors of opportunity closed to hope. In our time, change has come to this nation too. The American Negro, acting with impressive restraint, has peacefully protested and marched, entered the courtroom and the seats of government, demanding a justice that has long been denied. The voice of the Negro was the call to action. But it is a tribute to America that once aroused, the courts and the Congress, the President, and most of the people have been the allies of progress. Thus, we have seen the High Court of the country declare that discrimination based on race was repugnant to the Constitution and therefore void. We have seen in 1957 and 1960 and again in 1964 the first civil rights legislation in this nation in almost an entire century. As Majority Leader of the United States Senate, I helped to guide two of these bills through the Senate. And as your President, I was proud to sign the third. And now, very soon, we will have the fourth. A new law guaranteeing every American the right to vote. No act of my entire administration will give me greater satisfaction than the day when my signature makes this bill to the law of this land. The Voting Rights Bill will be the latest and among the most important in a long series of victories. But this victory, as Winston Churchill said of another triumph for freedom, is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning. That beginning is freedom. And the barriers to that freedom are tumbling down. Freedom is the right to share fully and equally in American society, to vote, to hold a job, to enter a public place, to go to school. It is the right to be treated in every part of our national life as a person equal in dignity and promise to all others. But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bringing up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair. Thus, it is not enough just to open the gates of opportunity. All our citizens must have the ability to walk through those gates. And this is the next and the more profound stage of the battle for civil rights. We seek not just freedom, but opportunity. We seek not just legal equity, but human ability. Not just equality as a right and a theory, but equality as a fact and equality as a result. For the task is to give 20 million Negroes the same chance as every other American to learn and grow, to work and share in society, to develop their abilities, physical, mental, and spiritual, and to pursue their individual happiness. To this end, equal opportunity.
Okay, Lou, thank you for stating the obvious. Equality and freedom are not the same, but can you actually be free if you don't have equality? I think that's kind of where he's going with that. So that's that's what I have to say about that. Of course, they're not. Of course, they're not the same.
Opportunity is essential, but not enough. Not enough. Men and women of all races are born with the same range of abilities. But ability is not just the product of birth. Ability is stretched or stunted by the family that you live with and the neighborhood you live in, by the school you go to and the poverty or the richness of your surroundings. It is the product of 100 unseen forces playing upon the little infant, the child, and finally the man. This graduating class at Howard University is witness to the indomitable determination of the Negro American to win his way in American life. The number of Negroes in schools of higher learning has almost doubled in 15 years. The number of non-white professional workers has more than doubled in 10 years. The median income of Negro college women tonight exceeds that of white college women. And there are also the enormous accomplishments of distinguished individual Negroes, many of them graduates of this institution, and one of them the first lady ambassador in the history of the United States. These are proud and impressive achievements, but they tell only the story of a growing middle-class minority, steadily narrowing the gap between them and their white counterparts. But for the great majority of Negro Americans, the poor, the unemployed, the uprooted, and the dispossessed, there is a much grimmer story. They still, as we meet here tonight, are another nation. Despite the court orders and the laws, despite the legislative victories and the speeches, for them, the walls are rising and the gulf is widening. And here are some of the facts of this American failure. 35 years ago, the rate of unemployment for Negroes and whites was about the same. Tonight, the Negro rate is twice as high. In 1948, the 8% unemployment rate for Negro teenage boys was actually less than that of whites.
I want to point out that I think this is what, 1966, maybe. I don't even remember. Bottom line is that the unemployment rate kept going up, or was going up, before 1964, and that series of civil rights bills. At least if LBJ is to be believed. So the myth that the welfare state caused unemployment, I don't believe that to be true.
By last year, that rate had grown to 23%, as against 13% for whites unemployed. Between 1949 and 1959, the income of Negro men relative to white men declined in every section of this country. From 1952 to 1963, the median income of Negro families compared to white actually dropped from 57% to 53%.
By the way, Portia, I grabbed this video from, there's like a Texas film archive. You see the little film clip with the Texas flag on there. I'll send you that link too. I subscribe to it. So, they send out videos or recommendations like what to watch. So, this didn't come from the National Archives. It actually came from some Texas film archive.
In the years 1955 through 1957, 22% of experienced Negro workers were out of work at some time during the year. In 1961 through 1963, that proportion had soared to 29%. Since 1947, the number of white families living in poverty has decreased 27%, while the number of poor non-white families decreased only 3%. The infant mortality of non-whites in 1940 was 70% greater than whites. 22 years later, it was 90% greater. Moreover, the isolation of Negro from white communities is increasing rather than decreasing. As Negroes crowd into the central cities and become a city within a city. Of course, Negro Americans, as well as white Americans, have shared in our rising national abundance. But the harsh fact of the matter is that in the battle for true equality, too many, far too many, are losing ground every day. We're not completely sure why this is. We know the causes are complex and subtle. But we do know the two broad basic reasons. And we do know that we have to act. First, Negroes are trapped, as many whites are trapped, in inherited, gateless poverty. They lack training and skills. They are shut in slums without decent medical care. Private and public poverty combine to cripple their capacities. We are trying to attack these evils through my poverty program, through our education program, through our medical care and our other health programs, and a dozen more of the Great Society programs that are aimed at the root causes of this poverty. We will increase and we will accelerate and we will broaden this attack in years to come until this most enduring of foes finally yields to our unyielding will. But there's a second cause. It's more difficult to explain, more deeply grounded, more desperate in its force. And it is the devastating heritage of long years of slavery and a century of oppression and hatred and injustice. For Negro poverty is not white poverty. Many of its causes and many of its cures are the same, but there are differences. Deep, corrosive, obstinate differences, radiating painful roots into the community and into the family and the nature of the individual. These differences are not racial differences. They are solely and simply the consequence of ancient brutality, past injustice, and present prejudice. They are anguishing to observe. For the Negro, they are a constant reminder of oppression. For the white, they are a constant reminder of guilt. But they must be faced, and they must be dealt with, and they must be overcome. If we are ever to reach the time when the only difference between Negroes and whites is the color of their skin. Nor can we find a complete answer in the experience of other American minorities. They made a valiant and a largely successful effort to emerge from poverty and prejudice. The Negro, like these others, will have to rely mostly on his own efforts. But he just cannot do it alone. For they did not have the heritage of centuries to overcome. And they did not have a cultural tradition which had been twisted and battered by endless years of hatred and hopelessness. Nor were they excluded, these others, because of race or color. A feeling whose dark intensity is matched by no other prejudice in our society. Nor can these differences be understood as isolated infirmities. They are a seamless web. They cause each other. They result from each other. They reinforce each other. Much of the Negro community is buried under a blanket of history and circumstance. It is not a lasting solution to lift just one corner of that blanket. We must stand on all sides, and we must
Whoa, I'm not sure what happened there. Let us have a look. Apparently that's where it cuts off. I'm sorry about that. I didn't I just took it off the internet. Apparently Texas ran out of funds. Or let's see, what is up with this? Why is it doing that? Well, I'm embarrassed for Texas. Something about this is not mathing. Well, I wouldn't use that copy. I didn't look at it all the way through. Well, anyway, I guess we kind of get the gist of it. Let me see, can I find another copy somewhere? So in the meantime, I'll play this because this was actually going to be the last video I showed today. And this is gonna, I hope this pisses some people off. It's either gonna piss people off or it's going to people are gonna like it. And I'll see, can I find a better copy? And just so while I'm thinking about it, everybody make sure you hit the like button, please, in both chats. Make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you're new to the channel, make sure you share it far and wide. Make sure you support your host. It is getting close to the weekend, so you know it's going to be Bud Light time. Make sure you support Portia J, the executive producer and the person who decided to inflict me upon you. So give her rewards for that. Excuse me. Or tell her, give her money to get me off the air. starting at $1,000. So I'll play this, and then I'll see can I find another copy of the video that I can play from where it left off.
You ever get that feeling that the U.S. isn't just getting dumber, it's actually working on it? Like it's a group project, and everyone's bringing Cheetos, but no one brought a damn pen. We're not just slipping into stupidity like it's a hot tub. We're cannonballing into it. We're throwing parades for it. We're giving it TV deals, endorsement contracts, and a podcast where it talks about its healing journey. And it's not your imagination. Our society really is getting dumber. And not the good kind of dumb or the fun kind of dumb. Like laughing at videos of cats slapboxing. The bad kind. The kind where we seem to be daring each other to trip over the same rock 5,000 times and then sue the rock for emotional damages. And just for the record, I think we're all guilty of this to some degree. And if you even hint that maybe thinking is good, you're immediately labeled an elitist. Like you just walked into a bowling alley wearing a monocle, quoting Kierkegaard. All right, so Isaac Asimov, the famous author and biochemist, who, by the way, was smart enough to predict this dumpster fire decades ago, nailed it when he said the following. Anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread winding its way through our political and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge. Let that sink in for a moment. Now, he wrote this like 40 years ago. America used to at least pretend to value intelligence. Scientists were admired. Writers were respected because people actually read books. And the guy who invented sliced bread was a national hero. And now, if you use words with more than 3 syllables, somebody accuses you of word salad. You know, we used to aspire upward, and now we aspire sideways toward whoever talks the loudest and fastest while knowing the least. And don't kid yourself. This isn't some natural entropy of society. It's a conscious choice. We like stupid. It's just easier. It doesn't make you feel bad about scrolling through 19 hours of YouTube videos titled, "Watch This Dog Say Bro." And look, I get it. I waste time on some of this stuff too, especially when it comes to cats and dogs, but I digress. And meanwhile, critical thinking, you know, the thing that separates us from barn animals, no offense to barn animals, it gets treated like a personal attack. And God forbid you ask a question that doesn't fit neatly on a bumper sticker. And next thing you know, you're called a hater, or worse, negative vibes, because toxic positivity is also part of this problem. And now we're here in a world where believing something loudly is more important than being quiet correctly. Where doing your own research means spending 2 hours on Reddit and suddenly knowing more than a virologist who spent 12 years studying infectious diseases. Knowledge isn't just devalued here, it's actively mocked. It's considered suspicious. Is someone saying, "You think you're better than me?" when they're presented with irrefutable evidence on a particular topic? Like, if you know too much, you must be part of some secret cabal. So welcome to the land of the free and the home of the brave. If by brave, you mean too stubborn to Google it. All right, so stupidity didn't just wander into America like a drunk at a wedding and start slow dancing with grandma. No, we invited it in. We pulled out a chair, poured it a drink, and let it drive the bus. It started slow. At some point, maybe right after World War II, the US of A decided that comfort was more important than curiosity. We wanted life to be easy, and thinking is hard.
Hey, you there?
I am.
Oh,
I am.
good.
Thank you.
What's going on?
Land of the weak, home of the slave. That's what I would call the United States of white supremacy. Land of the weak, home of the slave.
Did you see the LBJ? Only got through half of it. For some reason, the video crapped out, so I had to. I may get a chance to show the second half of LBJ's Howard speech.
Yeah.
But it was like everybody. I didn't realize it was going to trigger everybody in the audience. They act like LBJ has caused the present problems, and I tend to disagree with that.
We got to understand something, Stanley. You're surrounded by a bunch of complainers. I've come to this realization. You're dealing with a bunch of insecure people who are ahistorical, don't really know what they're talking about. Intelligence is a threat to them. Scholarship, facts, research, that's a threat. So the new game today is to discredit the academics and discredit facts.
Well, I
And
don't
to
think
use
it's a
their
new game.
opinion as truth. And we
I
all
don't
know
think
that their
it's.
opinions can't be backed by anything else.
I don't think it's a new game. I mean, America's always been like this. And to be honest with you, if you've ever heard John McWhorter go on, the black community is particularly bad about, being anti-intellectual. And to a degree, I agree. But, I somehow or another, yeah, I'd get teased every now and again in school, but it was usually good natured. But I could do other things than read books. I could play basketball, I could play football. I did more than just read books and be an egghead. So that's why I've always been with my son, like, you know what? It's not enough just to read a book. You really do have to be a Renaissance man. You got to be able to do things other than the academics. So I didn't get, beat up or teased as much as some might. But going back to your point, I don't think it's a new game. And I also think that the black community has been particularly bad. And I don't know whether it's gotten better, but in my lifetime, blacks in the black quote community in general has been very anti-intellectual. What are you trying to act white? And believe it or not, I've actually had white kids ask me if I was trying to be white. So, but it's mostly shit. I've gotten it like from adults on the John Galt channel. People have kind of gotten used to me now, and they probably realize that this is literally the way I talk. I never code switch, never have code switched unless I'm making a joke or something. I don't code switch. Why should I? Um, So anyway, I just want to point out that anti-intellectualism isn't just an American thing, or just a new thing. And then Deacon Dave, I don't know what you mean about he would just admit that black culture has a firm grip on society. I would thoroughly disagree with that. There are things about the particulars like jazz or hip hop or whatever. There are things that get culturally appropriated, if we want to use that phrase. But no, if black culture had a firm grip on society, Trump wouldn't be president. So I have no idea where you're coming from with that fallacy. What's up, Latino?
What was
Let's see.
interesting, Stanley, is the other day on another program here, you had Latinos for Trump, Blacks Who Defy. I don't know what Portia stands on personally, but she don't even know if she's coming or going some days. I can't understand it.
Oh, you better be careful. She's in the audience.
I like
if she comes up here and boots your ass off, I'm powerless to stop her.
The anti-blackness that I heard on this panel was so egregious and so not stooped in anything of intellect.
Yeah, well, you stepped on the wrong toe there, Linwood. I didn't do it. Portia made a special trip just to do this to you. So when she brings you back, you'll be back. If she doesn't bring you back, then you're not coming back. Oh, you're back. You might want to not step on that toe.
I mean, I personally wanted to have a debate with her about her anti-black views and where they come from, to get to an understanding on. You know what? I take that back. Not a debate. Excuse me, because debate is to have an argument. To have an actual conversation about.
I feel the plug is about to be pulled on this show.
I mean, because I've never heard such anti-black rhetoric from, and particularly Blacks Who Defy, who has black children out of all people. I wonder what I often wonder, like sometimes these people, if they have, not with the exception of Portia.
You said, were you on the panel or were you in the?
I was listening in the audience, and I was on my lunch break reading a book and listening to the program. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, this is the most saturated anti-black rhetoric I've ever heard. Some guy named Tariq Stokes, different between black people and niggers. Like that's like an old Chris Rock joke. Yeah, it's a book. Some clown wrote this book. And I'm thinking like this it's not stupid anything. It's just basically a bunch of feelings and insecurities about black people. And I know where that comes from, because when you're under a system of racism, white supremacy, yes. And to his credit, Gus T. Renegade of the Cows, to his credit, He said, in the United States, so in white supremacy racism, in the system of white supremacy racism, expect to be, if you're classified as black, expect to have disdain even from black people. Now that right there took me for a loop. Like, wow, this
Well,
thing
wait,
has
hold
done.
it.
This
You
system
didn't
culture
grow?
has done a phenomenal job in deteriorating our self-respect and our fundamental humanity. Like, it
Okay,
was
well, let
just
me
sickening
let
to
me
listen.
let me get a word in edgewise here. Did you not grow up around black people?
I grew up around black folks,
Okay, so none of this
mostly
should
like
be
working people, mostly
okay.
working
Hold
people.
on. Let me get my 2 cents in, and maybe it'll be 15 cents. If you grew up around black people, there's actually nothing on this panel that you probably haven't heard. Now, I will agree that getting like so many people up here and the level of it, if 10 is the limit, it's an 11. But if you've grown up around black people, and maybe not, because I'm older than you are, so maybe it was different back when I was a teenager or younger. But yeah, there's always going to be someone who's using the N word and talking about blacks and how country they are, or how geechy they are, or how just how something they are, how ghetto they are. So I basically grew up with it, not so much in my house, but I mean, I did grow up in a black neighborhood, and there would be the odd comment made. But you know what? The thing I've learned in 60 years is not all black people are like that. When you can call people on it, call them out on it. But in the end, especially if you're dealing with adults like over 40 type adults, you're not going to change them. So, you might come back with a pithy comment or a joke, or you might just, you know, shame them or something, but you're not going to change them. That part I do know.
Well, I get that part, but I mean, but you're talking now. Portia's a teacher. Now, teachers I have the most utmost amount of respect for. And I'm like, if you teach black children, what kind of poison are you putting in these young people's minds? And I'm like real discussions about this, because me and Blacks Defy don't get along. I personally want to slap the hell out of him, and I, personally speaking, because this is a black man with black children and a black woman who's his wife, and I often wonder, what the hell does she think? I mean,
Well, let
what
me
the hell does
ask
she
you a
think?
question. Why do you even bother wondering? That's his problem.
Well, the truth, well, I wonder, because could you imagine one day? Now, like I said, I'm 42. We gonna you already in that grandpa stage. I'm almost there with you. And to get old and to watch how a generation of black people disdain each other, can go to bed with a black woman, have children with black women, and then produce black children, but yet train those kids to disdain other black people.
Well, you don't actually know how he's training people. I mean,
I mean,
people
listen, if you ever heard the
people
word,
sometimes, I mean, there are probably things even so, I'm pretty much the same off the show that I am on the show, maybe not quite as animated, but I mean, there are plenty of people who have a YouTube persona. So, it's not necessarily that he's training his kids. You don't know how he's training his kids. But I will say this. You can care too much.
yeah,
um
but I think it, I
you
think it, I
you
think it
have
becomes
to
dangerous. I think it becomes
what does it
dangerous. It's
matter? The dangerous
like the movie
dangerous
Soldier,
dangerous
like the movie Soldier
dan-
Story. That it can end
okay,
up in that
no.
tragic thing.
Uh, See, here's the other thing. It's not like the Soldier Story movie, in that you don't even live in the same state. So if it's dangerous for him, it's for him to deal with, not you to even worry about.
I
See, I
mean,
don't.
I mean,
Now
me personally,
here's where.
I believe the children are our future. I believe. I
Like,
mean, I don't have children, but I believe that the children are the future. And if the children are getting that kind of messaging, what kind
mhm.
of future are you setting them up to have? Because
Well,
it
good
always has
thing.
the opposite effect. It always
Well,
has the
number
opposite
one,
effect. If
I
you
don't.
tell me
This
don't go to the ghetto, you tell me don't
these
go to the ghetto.
shows.
Eventually, I'm going to go to the ghetto
Okay,
because the
well, I
ghetto
think
looks better than
you're
IBM.
making. I think you're slightly not thinking about what you're saying or the context. And number one, these shows, at least my show, and I'm sure John's show, we have the not for children setting. So this isn't randomly being, listened to necessarily by people, who are underage. The other thing is that I don't think, and I think you and John and the rest of the gang might actually believe that there is a black community. Like, hey, if one person's spewing this anti-black stuff, it affects the whole community. Or if Carmelo, does something, or Shiloh does something, it affects the whole community, coast to coast, north and south. I don't believe that. I don't think there is the conceptual black community, like, to the extent that I have to be a credit to my race. I have to be shit to my race. And I think too many people seem to think, well, I love black people. I want the best for black people. Well, I want the best for black people too, but not to the extent to where I'm going to worry about what a grown ass man says on a YouTube channel. Like, generally, once I hit the off button on my computer, I don't think of, I don't ever go back and even rewatch my shows. Once I'm out, I'm out. I don't care about it. Yesterday's
Well,
show,
okay, go ahead,
unless
brother.
I want to clip it for some reason or another, I'd never go back and watch my shows, mainly because I'd probably be embarrassed. But I don't let YouTube invade my life more than, hey, the show starts, at a certain time. So what someone might say on a YouTube panel, what gets said on the panel stays on the panel. As far as I'm concerned, I don't worry about.
I would say for you and I would say for you.
Hold on. I don't worry about how people are raising their kids because it's not my business.
I get that, and then you say, you know what, I agree with, but I believe that there's a consequence
And I don't.
behind
Well,
and
see, I do
behind
not.
that does because Candace Owens just recently has been responsible, according to news reports, for inspiring these shootings. These mostly the like school
Well, see,
shooters or
I don't believe that either. Now, I'm not. Now, see,
now,
the
now
thing
that's what I'm hearing.
the
So
thing.
I
Well,
know it's facts.
hold on. We're gonna have to take this slow. Candace Owens is not a John Galt or Stanley versus the World panelist. She has way more influence than someone on my panel or John's panel would have. So you might be more credible worrying about what she's doing, but she's raising kids, by the way, and I don't care about her kids. But she is not a YouTube panelist generally, so we're comparing apples to oranges. And the other thing, I don't believe in these ripple effect sort of consequences. Like, even if Candace Owens says something, um, I don't think it affects the whole black community.
I mean, well,
And
Stanley,
if it does, it's not something that's gonna affect you day to day or deprive you of an opportunity that you're able to detect. I just think sometimes we make too much out of what's said on YouTube panels.
well, you know what, I agree with that. I agree with what you said. I mean, because I'm on code with hey, look, if you're gonna show courtesy to non-black people, you show the same courtesy to black people. You show it more to black people than anything. That's just how I grew
Well,
up.
I mean, that's just
I
basically
grew up that way.
well, why racialize it? Why racialize the golden rule?
Thank you, Stanley.
I mean, I mean,
I
well,
was
you
just
know,
about to say that, Stanley. Thank you, sir.
well,
That's
you
gonna be
know,
that's gonna be the
it's
show
just,
title. Don't
you know, because
racialize the
I'm a,
golden
I'm a,
rule.
be, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just be honest with you. Um, because when I go back and listen to hip hop, some of the hip hop I listened to back then, now I go back and revisit it. It doesn't make me feel good about black people, and I had to cut that music out. No,
Well,
seriously,
why
seriously.
should it?
I had to cut that music out because I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, because when I speak to black folks, I show love. Even though I disagree with some things that black folks do, I don't denigrate them or call their kids nigglets and all that old bullshit. I don't do that. I don't do that. And I don't think that's appropriate. Now, as far as Latinos for Trump, they've been had a problem in that community. Half that community, which it was that community's been colonized for years mentally, and
Okay,
they've always had a beef
hold on.
as far as their
We're too,
mindset being: are we
we're too
white today? Are we black? Are we
not up
brown
there
today?
to well, you might as well hit the link,
You know, you know.
Lynn was
I mean,
getting
let's
it
keep it real.
cracking.
It's been there. That mentality's been there in that community. I mean, even some of their own members of the community have come out and said that yeah, there's anti-blackness in this in our community in our collective. There is also this ability to want to identify with white masculinity, and that's something that their community
Let's
has
see.
even
Hold
aired out a
on.
number of
Uh-oh,
times.
I lost audio. The
Oh,
Bluetooth died. So y'all go ahead right there. Let me change this.
But I strongly do believe that the only way that and through the blessing through the blessings of not being confused about the
Somebody
problem.
say something.
I'm still speaking. If y'all
yeah,
want me
we
to keep
can hear you, Stanley. We can hear you,
y'all
Stanley. You
keep it
just
quiet, I mean shit, motherfucker. Because
what do Latinos do
This
that
stupid computer.
when you okay, what do Latinos do that caters
Just
to
hold
the
on. I'm
white?
gonna hop out and come back up. That'll probably do it.
I mean, well, some of their own some of the brown folks as leaders have come out and say, yeah, there's a strong anti-blackness in this situation, and that most of the nations we come from have been colonized by Europe, particularly Spain. And so if you look at the racial propaganda over there, free zone loot, it is worse over there than it is here. You have commercials, like
That did it.
like commercials for cosmetics that tell those people to kind of lighten their, like you have a product called Fair and Lovely, where they tell the people to lighten their skin to look more appealing. I mean, Freeland, it is worse. I mean, it's like that even in the concept known as Brazil, where I mean, you see the sickness. I mean, you hear about the sickness and you really see the sickness. It is there, and I think that's something that they need to deal with because, to be honest with you, and I think it's something that we need to really deal with. We need to really be honest about it.
Okay, well, hold on.
What
When you say we, why do we need to deal with it as a group? See, this is what
as a,
this is.
because well, let me respond to that, and I'll land my plane here. I think we need to deal with that as a group because how we treat each other is how our children are watching. If our
Okay,
children watch
well,
us, if our children, wait a minute, I'm gonna land my plane here. If our children see us being disdainful to people that look like them, how are they gonna look? How are they gonna grow up seeing that? We got to lead by attitude reflects leadership, and if the attitude doesn't reflect the leadership, then the leadership is lost. If you want changes, you got to start at home. But
right,
this is not the way
and
to go about it.
let's land your plane there. Start at home. Okay, that is the we. That's all the we I need. What happens in your home? That's where the culture starts. And this group dynamic. I have just come to the conclusion after 60 years of having to deal with this is that our problem is, the problem if it's that bad, and it probably is, we're tore up from the floor up, so we need to start from the floor. Okay. It will begin at home. And, we need to deal with someone using skin lightener or something like that. Let that person, if they're an adult, deal with it. Okay. I am out of the business of worrying about what we are doing. Okay. I am not going to worry about Carmelo Anthony because I don't think Carmelo Anthony is affecting the black community, that his local community, his parents, the parents of Austin, those are the people that are having a problem. All the way over in Georgia, what he did, while a tragedy, a total tragedy, I can't do anything about it. Okay. And I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm not going to do a show on it because I'm not that interested in it. I've mentioned it on this show tangentially, but I haven't done a whole show on it because I'm not that interested in a single news story.
Well, I'm not really tripping on the Carmelo Anthony. I think that's more of an internet thing as well. But I will say this: and from many reports, social media has become a very toxic environment to
Well,
where
see, I don't even.
it leaves the social media and it ends in
Right.
the real world.
Right.
Social
Now,
media led to
hold
10
on one
black
sec.
people being killed
I
in Buffalo, New
I
York.
I've never had a Twitter account or an X account. I've got YouTube, I've got Instagram, which I never use. I've got Facebook. The only reason I had Facebook was to catch up with an old Navy buddy. And, I use it maybe once a year. Part of the problem is get off social media. As a matter of fact, my son's home and he's always still got his phone in his hand. I'm gonna have to sit him down and tell him, look, you need to, plan a day on the weekend where you just go totally, without your phone or something like that. You need to get away from it every now and again. So maybe that's why I'm not as traumatized. You literally never see me put up X. I guess X has like things that are trending or something like that. And I'll see John or somebody, kind of go down the list, of the trending stuff on X. I don't do that because I don't care. I have newspapers, which is old fashioned, but at least they're digital.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
yeah,
where I'm
the
getting my news.
newspapers are dying out, man. Like I mean, because I grew up I was born in '82, raised in the '90s. I mean, the newspaper was read in my home common. Like, go pick up the newspaper and read it. We'll see what's going on.
Right.
And that's one of the things I'm very grateful to my mother for, was teaching me how to read a newspaper and understand the world around me. Similar to what Tupac Shakur's mom did, except for she didn't, make him write a paper for it. My mom.
Yet he became Tupac Shakur. So, he was
Yeah.
successful in all that, but I don't want to be raising Tupac Shakurs.
Well, well, that's true. I mean, well, that's true. But like I said, in the '90s, yeah, every black woman wanted to raise a Tupac Shakur. Not they wanted that combination of the political revolutionary and the thugged out motherfucker. That. But it was a walking, breathing contradiction. You can't be thugged out and then be revolutionary for your people.
Well,
You got
see,
one or the other.
I will emphasize revolutionary for your people. I'm like, what people? The only people I know are the people that kind of live around me and my family. I'm not going to be fighting a revolution for black people out in California.
I mean, well, no.
Fight
I mean,
their own
no.
revolution.
For Tupac, it was a revolution for black people collectively. I didn't have to know you.
And
I don't have to know you if you're in Baltimore. I don't have to know you if you're in Boston. I don't have to know you if we in Texas. We dealing with that same struggle.
It was misguided. At some point in time, we stopped being a we, and I argue it was really we should have taken the cue from integration, but I would say definitely by the 1980s, the we wasn't a we anymore.
It wasn't a we. It was more like I'm gonna go out and get, as one guy said in the movie, "Bastard to the Party," who was a former gang member himself. He said, we went from my brother, my brother, my brother to kill that nigga.
Right. And again, I know where you're taking your references from and all that. I don't do that. I don't look, I've said this before, and you probably haven't heard me say this. I don't have heroes in my life, never really have. The only hero I have is my father and my parents. Frederick Douglass would come close. I literally don't look to a Jesse Jackson or anybody like
I don't
that.
think anybody looks to a Jesse Jackson, brother.
Right, but what I'm saying, and I grew up before, I grew up back in the Sugar Hill Gang / Run DMC days, like at the, mid 80s to the early 90s. So I wasn't exposed as a youth to some of the stuff you might have been exposed to. But the last person I'm going to look to is a rapper, is any sort of wise man. I don't care what they say. I promptly forget it. As far as other than fight the power,
I mean, that was true. That was true.
might be the only. That and hey, we want some pussy. That's about it.
I mean, I came in. Riding that boat. I was a kid when they were out. Do the Right Thing was out. I
Yeah, exactly.
I admit this. I'm a part of the hip hop generation.
Right, and I'm not. And I think that hip hop as a form of music is perfectly fine. All I'm saying is there is no coast to coast black community. There is no black struggle. There's too many different types of black people to actually have a unified struggle. Okay, just this particular John Galt space is the perfect example. John Galt and I agree on almost nothing. Now, there are things we do agree on. Vive la difference. However, I don't care what other people do. I don't care about Carmelo Anthony other than to note it's a real tragedy, and I kind of feel for his parents as a parent myself, but it doesn't go
Yes.
any deeper than that.
I mean, because like I said, our generations are. You come from the so-called civil rights generation.
Okay,
Where
no, I don't come from the civil
I
rights
mean,
generation.
you were born around that time.
Hold on. I was born in 65. So
The civil rights generation.
I wasn't.
That was that generation.
No, I wouldn't say so. Maybe it is, but my parents weren't the type to get out and march in the first place.
Oh no, not that part. But I mean,
I really, I remember the 70s, I remember the 80s, 90s, and beyond. So all I'm saying is that I don't think, and it's taken me decades to get to this conclusion. We are doing ourselves a disfavor when our philosophy is I am my brother's keeper, because that opens up the door to people like Be Brave thinking that 70% are making excuses for the 3%. My response to that is, what the fuck are you talking about?
You can't.
Criminality is criminality.
You can't really take Be Brave seriously.
What's going on in the inner cities is an inner city problem, and I don't live there. Okay, what goes on in the inner city is not a black problem. It is an inner city problem. Okay,
Yeah, you're correct about that. It is an inner city problem. You're correct.
Let me finish. We do ourselves a disservice when we listen to a Be Brave trying to blame people who don't live in the inner city for what's going on in the inner city. This whole bullshit. They'll ask you the question, why don't you live around black people? Well, my question is, why don't black people live around me? I'm not going to go. I'm going to move to a house that I like in a neighborhood that I like. If it's all black, great. If it's not all black, great. Why aren't more black people moving out where there are trees and stuff like that? So these questions are easily turned back because they're dumb questions to begin with. Why didn't you marry a black woman? Well, because God damn it, if nothing else, Martin Luther King, his dream was for me to choose my woman based on content of character, not the color of her skin.
You know
So,
what? Okay, you
these
know what?
people,
I agree with that. I agree with that.
these
I agree
people
with that.
did not die in vain. I married the best woman for me, and she just happened not to be black. So people, and I'll also call them punks. Punks who want to ask me questions like that. Yeah, I'll give them a pithy response, but I pay them no attention because it's a dumb question. I'm a fucking adult, and I was actually, 38 when I met my wife. I was good and damn grown. I knew what I was doing. I knew who I was marrying, and I if I didn't have any questions.
Well, you know what, Stanley? I'm gonna agree with you on that. I'm gonna 100% agree with that because yes, I heard about the black love thing, and I mean, yeah, of course. But at
Well,
the
I
same
mean, that's
time,
nice as a concept, but
yeah,
you know what?
it is.
My
But
question would be, why racialize love?
because I think for some of the, for the Umar Johnson out there, I agree with some of the things they
Well,
say.
I
Some
don't I
things like
don't watch Umar Johnson.
I,
Every now and again
I,
I'll catch a few minutes of a clip.
yeah,
I don't pay
yes,
attention
mostly
to
for the
him.
most part. But I think that does a disservice to black women as well. If we're only marrying you because it's political, so what happens when the politics is no longer there? If we're gonna be, I'm gonna say universal man, universal woman. If we're really gonna be, in my philosophy, I'm trying to replace racism with justice.
Okay, well, wait,
I'm
hold
not
it.
going to be
No,
sitting.
no, 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 no. That's a mighty pithy saying, and I know I've heard somebody famous say that. You don't replace racism with anything. Justice is justice. It's already here. What you do is just eliminate racism. It doesn't need to be replaced.
Well, okay,
Because if you want to think about it, if you believe in the concept of systemic racism, justice is one of the most corrupt when it comes to racism and outcomes that are detrimental to black people. You don't want to replace it with justice because it's an institution. It's one of the institutions that are institutionally racist.
But it's not to get no personal man's Kool-Aid or nothing, no shade or nothing. Your wife being a non-black woman, that's who you picked, whatever case may be. Y'all have
Well, the
personalities,
Twitter
things in
picked each
common.
other.
Things like that. And she came from my home state, of course. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And there was a question that I had on CT Channel yesterday, and they were talking about the whole race play thing.
Race play? Oh, you
Yeah.
mean like role play?
That garbage. I call it tacky sex. It's really tacky sex.
Well, you know what? Once the doors are closed, I don't care. That it comes up is kind of tawdry, would be the word I use for it. But what people do behind closed doors is none of my concern. I'm sure it exists, but I don't know that I want to do a whole show about it.
That's cool. So I was like asking, I said, okay, well, I said, it's a lack of black self-respect, particular lack of respect for a non-white person to be in a relationship with a white person that's a racist. I'm like, but it also is a contradiction on the white person that practices racism. I said, well, if you're going to be a racist, you can't be doing that behavior. You got to be dedicated to practicing racism. And he was like, well, man, look, and we all know that already, but man,
hold on. You gotta get your terms right. Okay. They're practicing a racist, behavior. Racism is a system. Okay. An individual doesn't necessarily practice racism as much as participate in it. So
or the participant. The
They're
participant.
yeah, racist and racism are not necessarily interchangeable, though they're related. And remind me, what's a cis BM something black man?
SYSBM, save yourself, black man. Save yourself from what? I don't know. I've heard the
Well,
term.
no, let's not call it like a storm crow thing. I don't know if he came up with it. I've heard him use that term.
The original person that came up with
Everybody,
some guy
I mean,
called Mad Bus Driver X.
okay, well, the thing is everybody should save themselves. God gave you, if you believe in God, he gave you a survival instinct. I hope everybody's trying to save themselves. You know, it's actually nature to, have a self-preservation sort of instinct. So you're not hurting my feelings. I guess I am an SYS or cis BIM or whatever. Yeah, I want to save my hide and keep it around as long as possible.
No shade, but I said, it's contradicting he said, well, Limbo, would you go to bed with a race? I said, hell no. I'm on code. That's a no. that's a no.
Oh, well, see,
Because
that's the other thing. The minute you start talking about being on code, you lose me, because fuck the code. I live by my code, and if it coincides with another code, great. But I don't that on code or in sync or whatever. Nah, the minute you say that, I'm thinking about something else.
like that's not I don't do that because of because if that person's going to be a participant in the system of racism, white supremacy, I'm like, no.
Well, I
We don't
think
do that.
we're all, black, white, we're all affected by it. There's no
Now
way
that I agree.
you
I agree
can't
with that.
be. However, let me address Dolomite. I don't think the community is a threat. I think certain individuals within the community can be a threat, but a group threat, like a whole group of people being a threat, what we'll call a race, or I don't like using FBA anymore. I just say legacy black Americans, with deep roots in American history. They're not a threat as a group of people, as a demographic group. No, they're not a threat. Now, you are more likely, but even that is more based on geography. I'm less likely to be killed by anybody, but a black person specifically in my little small town in Georgia, than I would be if you plot me down in the center of, Watts or somewhere. So I don't agree that the community is anything to save yourself from.
I believe. Well, I'll shoot it straight with you. I think a lot of crime is exaggerated on social media, and a lot of it's plagiarized.
Well,
And
I don't know
first, I
that
think they
I
should
don't
be
know that it's
sued.
exaggerated. I
The
mean,
the network should be suing these companies for plagiarizing their copyright material. Just saying. Um, but I think a lot of it is propagated because the other day I see black folks. I'm giving daps and hugs. How you doing? I don't have to know you. I don't have to know you at
oh,
all.
see, I gotta know you.
I mean, I don't have to know you.
I'm not
I don't know
dapping.
you.
I'm not.
I don't have
I
to know you or
barely want to
nothing. You ain't got to
shake.
be kin of people. Like, what's up? I said, what's up, man? How you doing today? Good to see you. Nice
No,
family.
no, no.
Woo-woo.
I'm not doing any of that. And
I
it's
mean,
not just.
I gotta show love to the. I mean, Stanley, I'm just gonna keep it real. I grew up with showing love to your folks. They don't have to be your kin people. Just show love to your folks. Show love to the folks. Be yourself with it,
Well,
man. Like
my folks happen to have my last name.
them too, them too. You show your love to your actual blood,
If you
your
don't
blood kin.
have my last name, or I know you fairly well, I'm not dapping or hugging or doing any of that. It's like I don't know where those hands have been.
Hey, listen, to me, it's all love, because strongly I believe that black people are universal people. We're just out of our natural
I
place.
don't believe any of that.
We're out of our natural
Black
place. We are out of
people
our
are
natural place.
awesome. Black people are cool, but we're not universal. And I listen to Ock Nation for like 5 minutes at a time. He's on around midnight my time. So sometimes if I'm up early,
Oh,
I'll
that's the
listen
dude
to
that
him.
that's the dude that wants to kill himself so bad. He's the next Clayton Bigsby. Yeah.
Well, the Sun People. I was wondering where they got the term Sun People. Apparently, they use it a
The
lot.
dude's a
Sun
moron. The
People
dude's
and
a moron.
writers.
The dude's a moron. Listen, if you
Well,
can't
you
say
know what?
black or you
He's
can't say black
usually got
non-black,
like
or you
he's
can't say
usually
white
got
non-white, come on.
he's usually got like 200 to 300 people listening to him. So he is a moron with an audience.
Yeah, and plagiarism. He should be sued too for stealing people's content and stealing their intellectual property and trying to make a political statement. Like, dude, come on! If I punch you in your fucking face in prime time, is that black on black crime? Oh, the Sun Man just hit me. The sun's up. I mean, the guy's an idiot. Most of these black conservatives are idiots. They're just trying to pander to that radical, that marginal middle of whiteness, and they think they get some butter biscuits on that. Man, come on, be yourself, man. You trying to be somebody you ain't. Be yourself. When you see
Wow.
your kin people, whether they blood or not, show them love. If they ain't your
I'm
skin,
not.
if they
I'm a
ain't your
little.
skin, if they
I'm a
ain't your
little bit
skin
more.
people. If
A
they
little
ain't your
bit more
skin people,
standoffish than that.
well, brother, it's all good. But if they're not your skin people, show them love. So I mean,
Yeah.
you
Okay.
got. I mean, we gotta start somewhere, and we can't be discourteous, and we can't be promoting discourtesy towards people. It's got to start somewhere, and as a person that believes in counter racism code,
Believes in what?
don't counter racist code. You
Oh,
show
you
more
got to explain
courtesy.
that one to me.
You show more courtesy to people than they're showing you. You be more courteous than them, even when they're discourteous toward you.
I'm trying to figure out what is this Sean Bracey's wearing. Why is he?
Bow tie. Brothers wearing a bow. I mean, some of the brothers, man, it's all
Well,
good.
there's
Some
got.
of the
Well,
brothers out there dressing.
he doesn't usually dress like this, so it must be some special occasion. I was just curious. I listen to him every now and again. So anyway, everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button. I am gonna end this here in the next, let's just say in the next 10 minutes.
Stay on code, brothers. Stay on code. I'm not talking to y'all in the chat because y'all not a part of the movement. Those who are listening to the show and are on counter racism code and understands the teachings of Mr. Neely Fuller and Dr. Francis Welsing, stay on code, stay informed, stay constructive. There's been a constructive conversation. This has been a constructive conversation, Stanley.
Well, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
You have a good day, brother. Take care of yourself.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving just yet.
I agree. Go back to the plantation, man. So got to put in some time. Got to put in some work till I retire.
Okay.
Have a good day, brother.
You too. All right. Well, folks, please make sure that you hit the like button. I'm probably going to end it. It's at 5:47, so I'll give it another 13 minutes if anybody like Dave or Lou wants to come up, or anybody else for that matter. I see John started, and everybody's gonna want to go see. Everybody's gonna want to see what John's up to. So I don't want to stay up here for 5 people. Let's see what else. I'll just play the rest of this video tomorrow. Maybe I'll start out the show with it. I will be back on around 3:45 or 4 in the morning. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Share it out so far and wide. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. Share it far and wide. Did put out a new little 12-minute thing that I clipped from a couple of shows ago where, John and I started talking about whataboutism and the 3/5 clause. So it's interesting. Check it out. Make sure you support the host, me, and by supporting the host, you support the show. And make sure you support Portia, our executive producer and lion tamer. She came out of nowhere and put Linwood in the back. I told him not to step on toes, and she swooped in out of nowhere and put him in his place, and his place was in the back. So don't mess with Portia. She will come and find you. Oh, what about my appearance on Snowman's? Yeah, I was on Snowman's show the other day, talking 3/5, and I forget. SKC and I started in on Frederick Douglass. We disagree. On a couple things about Frederick Douglass. I thought Frederick Douglass was being more political in calling the Constitution a freedom document, where he basically changed his mind, but it was more advantageous. He was going to catch more flies with constitutional honey if he says it's a freedom document than he would telling the truth about it. But SKC thinks I'm wrong on that. So, we'll leave that for another day to talk about. And then the 3/5 it wasn't different than Snowman's, other than this idea that somehow or another the slaves were given 3/5 representation as a courtesy. I get the impression that people think that, oh, hey, it was actually very humane to give the slaves 3/5 of a say in in representation. The thing is they weren't citizens. They weren't considered citizens, so they weren't getting any benefit by more representation in the South. So I don't even. It's a weird argument that I'd never heard before, but it's wrong. It's not even good sophistry. So the 3/5 thing was basically so the South could get an upper hand over a more populous North and keep the upper hand, because by the end of slavery, there were 4 million slaves. So, that extra boost basically allowed the South to keep an upper hand, or at a minimum an even hand, but they wanted the upper hand because they were afraid that slavery would eventually be abolished, and they were going to do everything they could not to change their way of life. So, and then he started talking about the Continental Congress, where I couldn't get that part because the Continental Congress had nothing to do with the 3/5 clause. No. We didn't disagree about intention, Deacon Dave. He's wrong about the intention. Okay, there's no disagreement. I'm right and he's wrong. There is no doubt. Again, I've done the homework on it over the years, including reading Madison's notes. He kept notes on the Constitutional Convention because he was knee deep in it. He was one of the reasons there was a Constitutional Convention. So there was nothing in there about, oh, hey, let's treat the slaves nice. They didn't give a shit about the slaves. As a matter of fact, the North didn't care about slaves other than, hey, if they're not going to be voting, why do they need to be represented? Which I think is a valid question. The South was, no, we want them represented because we basically, they're part of the population. And somebody at the convention, Constitutional Convention, literally made the joke about, well, hey, why don't you just get your sheep to vote? Why don't you just get your sheep to be part of the representation too? The slaves had 3/5 for representation in the House of Representatives, and it did affect the electoral college. The slaves were not voting. They did not have any rights. They weren't considered citizens. They were considered property. So this notion that it was humane to give them 3/5 representation, they weren't being represented. Their masters were being represented, and that representation was boosted by the extra bodies. So there was no disagreement. There was no argument. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out do you know what that's all about? Bracy 3000? Is he, I don't know what he's trying to be. Oh, he's trying to be a black dandy. I bet that's what it is. Okay. Yep. I bet that's what it is. Black dandyism, which has been all the rage here lately. Which would you have preferred for slaves to be counted as a whole vote or 3/5? I would say 0. They shouldn't have been part of the representation at all. So that would be my choice. Oh, that's a good one there, badass. So is there something wrong with him repeating what the 3/5 was about the way he put it in front of another audience? I just don't like to see people wrong about American history. He can be as wrong as he wants to be. Unfortunately, I was in the audience. What I should have done is just left. But it's hard for me sometimes to see basic civics being abused like that. I'm just call me nosy and a Budinsky, and that'll be just about it. I could have just not said anything and gone and done something else, but I didn't. What's up, Lawrence? How you doing? All right. So if nobody's gonna come up here, I suppose. I thought he had baby mamas or something. So I disagree, SKC. I don't. You would have to explain how it helped black people. Did it help black people because their masters got the upper hand in government? How exactly did it help black people? I mean, how could it help black people? They weren't voting. They weren't being represented. I don't get it. Oh, that's all right, roller skater. I was kind of wondering why you were up so early. Okay, so I wait with bated breath, SKC. How were the black people helped? At the end of the day, 3/5 helped black people. And you know what? Were they even black people then? They were probably more like yes, I disagree with SKC. I don't think it, if anything, it hurt them, because as long as the South had the upper hand in government, slavery was going to persist. So I don't see how it was helping, other than, they would remain slaves as long as the government, was in control, or at least in contention. The South pretty much always had an upper hand. And then they wanted to do like, nullification of federal laws they didn't agree with. They tried to do a lot of things to keep that system in place. And you all seem to conveniently forget sometimes that it took a war to end slavery. Okay, nobody voluntarily gave up slavery. The South didn't have a change of heart. They were forced to give up slavery. So without 3/5, South gains power. 3/5 gave bullshit, SKC. The 3/5 allowed the South to stay in power, not the reverse. 3/5 gave way to freedom. You know what? I don't know what history book. You must be reading those Dunning School, those Dunning School textbooks from like the 1930s. 3/5 prolonged slavery, if anything. And then it took a war to end it. It made them more valuable to the power structure. Okay, you know what? I don't agree with that either. They would be, I mean, you might have a better argument or a more credible argument than, SKC. But as property, they were going to be valuable anyway. Now, maybe I could see your point, though I don't know. I don't agree, but at least your point makes sense. I can agree with it or disagree with it, but I can't say you're wrong. Property was going to be valuable no matter what anyway, unless it just, became too big a deal. Plenty of slaves got hobbled and that sort of thing. I think that's where at least that argument makes sense. Beige lives matter. At least that makes sense. I wouldn't say the argument's wrong because I can't really defeat it. Can't disprove that it made them more valuable. It probably did, but they were going to be valuable anyway. So, all right, folks. Well, I have hit the 6-hour mark and John has started his show. So, my boring ass probably needs to just go and do something else. But I will be back tomorrow morning, around 3:45 or 4. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Hit the like button. Please hit the like button. We're light on likes sometimes. So, we need to work on that. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. I did put out a little short clip from a show we did a couple nights ago. Not particularly funny or anything like that, but I had to deal with the topic that's near and dear to my heart, whataboutism, tu quo que. And that's about it for the day. So everybody, it was good hanging out with you. I'll come back tomorrow. There are a couple videos that didn't finish today that we will start. We'll finish up the LBJ thing, maybe even start it from the beginning. That little 20-minute thing with the guy who looks like he's so intense he's gonna, break somebody's jaw. I want to finish that because in the end it's pretty funny. So when we're done here, everybody go over to listen to John, and I may hop in for 5 minutes, but I have a feeling, just looking at the show title, I can tell I'm going to get triggered. So I'll see y'all over there, or I will see y'all in the morning. Have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.